of the Board of Supervisors of Tuolumne County, and I am calling that meeting to order. And the first order of business today is the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Anaya Kirk will lead us in the pledge.
All right, ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Would the clerk of the board please read our 9 o'clock?
This is a fiscal year 2019-2020 budget study session, and it includes all county departments.
Okay. Would you like to repeat your comments from yesterday?
All right. Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. So today is our second day of our budget study sessions in which we are engaging in a more transparent process for our budget. And today is Public Safety Day. So as you watch those who come in, they are all the people who serve us in protecting our community. Yesterday, I made some comments about what's driving the problems that we have right now with our budget. So as the state has continued to realign and reform the way that they provide their services, what they've been doing is pushing those services down to the local level. And unfortunately, they do not provide sufficient funding for us to do that. So what you're going to hear from our departments today are those who actually provide those services. There are several different departments, and each provide a different part of that service. However, it's the totality of all of them that provide our public safety for our community. So with that being said, I look forward to hearing from everyone, and we'll get started.
Okay. First in the batting order, leadoff hitter, Animal Control.
Good morning, Chairman Rutherford, members of the board. I am Kelly Schroeder, your Animal Control Director here in Tuolumne County. And this morning I am going to present you with our 1920 proposed budget. First, I'd like to give you a little bit of background about our department. We function 7 days a week. We currently have one animal control manager who is also an animal control officer, one supervisor who is also an animal control officer, 3 animal control officers, one full-time employee who in October will receive her registered veterinary technician license, 3 full-time kennel staff, and 3 relief kennel attendants. This staff manages the care of approximately 1,300 animals a year and responds to 2,000 calls for service. I have to have staff available to feed animals twice a day and to clean up after them, which is our main function. Our office is only open to the public Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. We do not have a receptionist. Thus, everyone from the animal control manager to the relief staff, the kennel staff, answer phones and assist customers at the counter. If all of our officers are in the field, our kennel staff answers the phones. Unfortunately, many people have to leave messages because the kennel staff are in the back taking care of the animals. A reduction in staff does not result in less animals to care for. We also run the county rabies program. Within this program, we quarantine biting animals. We euthanize and test wild animals who either have bitten a person or pet or has made physical contact with the same for rabies. In 2018, we tested 40 animals for rabies. 10 came back positive. This year, so far, we have tested 16 skunks, which have come back positive for rabies. We investigated 347 animal bites in 2018, which equates to 1.16 bites per day for each day that my staff worked in 2018. These investigations are time-consuming for both the investigating officer and the kennel staff who have to care for the quarantine animals. Our office responded to 400 animal cruelty complaints in the 2018 calendar year. This equates to 1.33 complaints for each day that my staff worked in 2018. Fortunately, only 10% of these complaints involved an actual animal cruelty. Although we are an advanced society, cruelty to animals continues to exist. We are the stewards and the voices of the animals that live in Tuolumne County. And because we are an advanced society, it is our moral obligation to investigate all crimes against animals. Our department budgeted for the 1920 fiscal year with a net county cost to the general fund, not including county mandated costs, is $563,847. The above listed activities conducted by my staff are mandated by either law, regulation, or county ordinance. Our costs are offset by dog licenses, vicious dog licenses, quarantine fees, fees for impounded animals, spay-neuter vouchers, and State Proposition 172 Public Safety, which is a public safety augmentation fund. Next slide. It is important that we, as the Animal Control Department, take seriously the care and treatment of animals. Thus, important non-mandated tasks that we think are vital to an animal control program in the 21st century are being available for after hours to pick up an injured animal and take it for emergency veterinary care. We euthanize wildlife that is suffering, and we reach out to adoption agencies to aid us in euthanizing less animals. Our department also participates in numerous public outreach activities. The net county cost to conduct all of these non-mandated activities is approximately $68,584. I would like to point out that in the minimum mandated, recommended, and alternative scenario budgets, we have not included staff nor staff time to conduct the following: criminal complaints for large and nuisance dogs, at-large and nuisance dogs, response to natural disasters, private property deceased wildlife pickup, and deceased wildlife and domestic animal pickup on county roads and state highways. Our impacts. I would now like to discuss the ramifications of not including some of our non-mandated activities. We currently provide for an officer to be available 24 hours a day. The on-call portion begins after the last officer is left for the day. The on-call officer stays available to respond to emergency calls until the following morning, until the first shift officer arrives. If we have this non-mandated activity eliminated, there can be several negative consequences. Animals will suffer. Injured, sick animals will not receive sufficient care. There may be unreported rabies cases, and there will be an increase in calls to the sheriff's office. The only viable alternative that we see is to have a deputy with the sheriff's office respond to these calls. We had a situation recently where we had an emergency call and none of the veterinarians in our county answered our phone call. So my staff had to take the injured dog to Modesto for emergency care. If we had to have a deputy do this, they would need to be directed to do the same for the sake of the animal, and this would remove a deputy from the patrol area for an extended amount of time. Next slide. Next slide. Our staff works with animal rescue organizations to place adoptable animals. If this non-mandated activity were denied us, we will not be able to facilitate the movement of animals to rescue organizations. Our live release rate of animals is 57%. And I'd like to point out that this number includes our low-cost contract euthanasia for pet owners for low income. This rate will diminish by at least half, if not more, if we lose this important activity. The result of a lower live release rate is euthanasia of healthy, adoptable animals. The Oregon Humane Society out of Portland, Oregon, currently picks up, on average, 15 cats a month from our facility. Our department responds to approximately 100 calls of injured wildlife on our county roads and private properties per year. We also respond to calls from the California Highway Patrol when they are unable to safely dispatch an injured animal. Without this service, the animal would have to wait potentially hours while suffering for a fish and wildlife warden to come and humanely euthanize it, or a citizen or a homeowner would take it upon themselves to euthanize the animal without the proper tools or training. This type of person can not only hurt themselves, but could potentially injure a bystander. Our office has participated in the Fire Resiliency Task Force and attended every town hall meeting. They have also attended Area 12 Center Agency on Aging disaster preparedness meetings at the community centers of retirement homes for the elderly who are not able to attend the town hall meetings. Our team has held 4 food banks where we have passed out 2,000 pounds of dog and cat food to disadvantaged members of our community. Other public outreach activities include a fire resiliency booth at the county fair, Touch a Truck, Safety with Santa, dog bite prevention at Jamestown Elementary, and a job fair at Sonora High School. I'd like to point out that these are my net county costs on the screen. We have been asked to present to the board 3 options for the 1920 budget: a minimum mandated budget, a recommended budget, and an alternative budget. The fiscal year 1920 budget, with a net county cost of the general fund, not including the county mandated costs, is $563,947. If our department were only to conduct the minimum mandated activities, the cost to the general fund, not including the county mandated costs, would be $372,539. This comes at a higher cost to the animals. State regulation and our county ordinance state that we only have to impound a stray animal for 3 days, not counting the day of impoundment. What this means in layman's terms is your dog gets out on Monday, its collar comes off, or its tags come off. It becomes a stray animal. You're out of town, you're unaware that your dog is missing. You come home on Friday, you go to the animal shelter looking for your dog and find out that it's been euthanized because we're on a minimum mandated budget and had to euthanize your dog Friday morning. We also would only be mandated to keep pets who have identification, who have their tags, and we know who the owners are, for 5 days. This, to me, as a human being, is completely and utterly unacceptable. Other costs to the animals would be undue suffering due to having to wait for another agency to humanely euthanize them. Healthy, adoptable pets would be euthanized instead of going to animal rescue organizations. And there would be no consequences to people who criminally are cruel to animals, because our department would no longer investigate nor recommend cases to the district attorney's office. Another result of this budget would be the loss of on-call animal control officers. Although this appears to be a savings, the cost would be picked up by the sheriff's office because they would have to respond to the calls coming in from our citizens. Our recommended budget would have a county general fund cost, net cost, not including county mandated, of $467,091. In this recommendation, we would continue to house animals as we currently are doing so. This averages out to be 10 days, which means a stray animal who is vicious may be kept for as little as 3 days, but an adoptable animal may be at the shelter as long as 30 days, waiting for a rescue organization to have room for it. These additional days allow for owners to find their pets, our staff to determine if an animal is adoptable, and if so, to coordinate with animal rescue organizations to take them. It also allows for on-call officers who will be available for emergency calls. We would respond to injured wildlife calls and have the ability to humanely euthanize them in a timely manner. We would also investigate all animal cruelty complaints. Our alternative budget would have a net county general cost, not including mandated costs, of $452,894. In this alternative budget, we would house animals for 6 days that are considered strays and 10 days for animals with identification. We would also continue our on-call activities. We budgeted 10 full-time and 3 relief positions in the 1920 budget. These are our estimated salaries. The estimated salaries in the fiscal year 1920 is $667,953. The minimum mandated budget estimated salary is for 8 full-time staff, which amounts to $495,596. The recommended budget estimated salary is for 9 full-time staff and 1 relief staff, which amounts to $581,050. The alternative scenario would be for 9 full-time staff, which amounts to $566,923. In conclusion, my recommendation is to go with the recommended budget. With this budget, the care of animals will not be diminished, which is the sole purpose of animal control. We will be able to respond to after-hour calls. We will be able to assist injured wildlife. And most importantly, we will not kill animals after 3 days. These are just some of the vital services that our animal shelter provides to our animals and to our citizens. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Okay, board questions? Supervisor Brennan? Did I see your hand go up?
So, on the animal bites, you have a mandated quarantine that you have to hold those animals for. Can you?
Correct.
How many days is that?
It depends on the circumstances and the animal. If it's domestic or wildlife contact with a dog or a human being, it can be 30 days or 6 months. And if it's just a bite to a human from a dog, it's 10 days.
Okay.
And it's depending on if that dog is currently vaccinated. There's different scenarios. If it can stay at home or if it has to go to a kennel or a vet.
The kennel
Would be the shelter.
The shelter at animal
Right,
control. So
for
we will be
observation.
mandated to keep that shelter open and running.
Correct. That is, yes.
Okay.
Health and Safety Code 121.690 is about rabies and that the county has to provide a shelter for quarantined animals.
Okay. I'm trying to weigh what the difference is, because if we're mandated to have it open and have staffing there, and then what the additional staffing is for us to allow for the animals that are lost and
Correct.
giving them those additional days to be recovered.
Supervisor Kirk?
On the salary discussion slideshow, the 2019 and 20 budget was for 667,953, and then the recommended budget was for 581. Do you know what the impacts of services are based on the recommended budget? The $86,000 difference? Do you know what services would be affected?
It could, I can't say for sure, but it could be not as many people to answer the phones and to respond to phone calls when the citizens are calling in. It could be that when somebody calls, all of my staff could be in different directions, and we might not have an officer immediately available to respond. So our time could be delayed in responding to calls. Do you have anything to add?
No. Basically, what it boils down to is the response time.
Response time.
Yeah, response time to calls. Currently, we have I would consider a very, I'm not going to say poor, but our response time is still lacking in that manner. So if we were to diminish any other staff, that would mean an animal control officer would have to take the position of a relief kennel worker and be cleaning kennels instead of handling calls that are happening right now. On any certain day, we receive up to 40 calls for service, and if I have one officer in the field and he has to be taken in to clean kennels, those won't happen, so it's just compounded daily.
Any other questions? Supervisor?
Yeah, just one question. If you, excluding animals in quarantine or injured animals, how many adoptable animals do you have at any one time in the animal control kennels? Does it vary, or are you pretty much maxed out?
It varies the summer months, so we'll split it up in 2 parts of the year, summer and winter. We have more animals at the shelter during the summer because animals get out more often. That's just the nature of the game. At any one time, I believe our shelter population is 40 animals. That's just average throughout the year. During the summer, it goes up to 70. In the winter, it goes down. And out of those animals, after they met their retention time, out of those 40 animals, I'd say 75% of them are available to be adopted. And some of them just don't have the disposition, or people are never going to come get them. And that's just the facts that we work with all the time. But We have a majority of animals that we have currently right now on our floor at the shelter are available to be adopted.
Thank
A
you.
large number.
If you got the right Facebook friends, you see the pictures of them all the time.
Yeah.
Any other questions by the board? Public comment, please. Come on up to the mic.
Can I sit here?
No. No, you need to go to the podium. Well, we'd ask that you go to the podium. How's
Thank
that?
you.
Welcome.
My name is Darlene Matthews. I am president and founder of Friends of the Animal Community. And I just found out yesterday that I was going to be here, so I just wrote up something quick. Hopefully it will make sense. Friends of the Animal...
I'm going to interrupt you just to be consistent because we did it yesterday, and I'm going to let you start over. But we do have a 2-minute time limit, so if you could try to keep your comments to 2 minutes. The beep beep reminded me. Thank you.
Okay. Friends of the Animal Community is a private 501c3 rescue group who has been committed to Tuolumne County Animal Control since 2001. We've pulled literally 2,000 animals since our inception, mainly dogs and some cats, and that would have been euthanized. We take all breeds, ages, animals needing medical help, etc. Because I have worked so closely with animal control over the past 20 years, I have watched the staff and animals affected by any type of budget cut. Our animal control is already way behind the curve in many areas due to what budget allows them. For instance, working with other animal controls in other areas of California, animals come out to our rescue group tested for heartworm, vaccinated, microchipped. Our local animal control doesn't supply any vaccinations. FOAC, our group, purchases all our own, and the skeleton staff at Animal Control that they already have generously takes their time to do the testing, administer the microchips, administer the vaccinations. We have a shelter of our own, but it is a very small one and can only accommodate 10 to 12 dogs at any one time. It's extremely necessary for the holding times at Animal Control so that we have time to pull dogs, adopt the dogs out that are at our own facility. We are always working on a timeline as it is now, and to make it any shorter would be insane, basically going back 20 or 30 years. That's why I started Friends of the Animal Community, because so many dogs were being euthanized. Recently, FOAC developed a very...
Can I ask you just to wrap? Can I ask you just to wrap up?
I'm wrapping up.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Recently, FOAC developed a very successful program working with the inmates at Sierra Conservation Center. It requires we have 10 dogs ready to go every 12 weeks. We pull the majority of the dogs from Tuolumne County Animal Control. Dogs are tested by a trainer, assessed, and processed. It requires Animal Control to hold the dogs for us to be able to do this. My plea as founder and president of FOAC to the Board of Supervisors is to consider increasing their budget and keeping up with the other communities and respect and value the lives of these highly adoptable animals. Animals enrich our community, and how we treat them reflects directly on...
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to cut you off.
Cut off.
Okay, in fairness to the other people that abided by the 2 minutes, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Thank you for your comments, so they're very valuable. Yes, ma'am. Any other public comment? Okay. I think we all appreciate what Animal Control does, and thank you for the presentation. And I probably should have said this at the front, so bad on me. But for the public, please be prepared to try and make your comments within 2 minutes. We've got a lot of information over the 2 days, and there's a lot of other public people that want to participate in the process as well. Thank you. Our next presenter is the public defender. And that'll be presented by Scott Gross and Tracy Riggs, and I believe I have a supervisor that would like to make an announcement.
Yeah, Chairman Rotifer, I would like to recuse myself from discussion of this item. I'm married to the Deputy Public Defender.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll wait for our supervisor to exit. Okay.
Good morning, Chairman Rotifer. Good morning, Chairman Rotifer and the board. I'm Scott Gross, Public Defender. I'd like to give you just a brief overview of what we do. The Public Defender's Office plays a pivotal role to individuals unable to afford legal counsel. We work in tandem with our justice partners to enhance public safety. And when I say justice partners, I mean district attorney, sheriff, Sonora Police, probation. A public defender is an attorney appointed to represent people who otherwise cannot reasonably afford to hire an attorney. We handle criminal matters, delinquency matters, dependency matters, conservatorships, and anything else justice demands an individual be represented by counsel. Your public defender's office is your only county office mandated by the United States Constitution. We're the only office mandated by the Constitution. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. This is out of the landmark case of Gideon versus Wainwright, a 1963 U.S. Supreme Court case, which ruled that the Sixth Amendment of the Bill of Rights requires the government to provide legal counsel to indigent defendants in criminal cases. Now, that's been expanded over time to include delinquency, dependency, and conservatorship matters. In my office, we have 4 full-time attorneys, an investigator, 2 support staff. And I want to bring to the board's attention, I am one of the attorneys. I am not just an administrator. I'm in the courtroom every day with my attorneys, helping to provide for justice. I do wish to give the board an update. As of August the 1st, we have opened 2 new county offices. That is Conflict Public Defender Office 1 and Conflict Public Defender Office 2. This will provide to the county fixed costs and adding efficiency over time. After the budget is over, I wish to invite the board over for a tour. I could not have opened those 2 offices without the help of HR, IT, facilities, surplus, CAO's office, district attorney, probation, the court, and the judges. We all had to work together to make this work, and we're off and running as of August the 1st. I wish to personally thank, on the record, the district attorney's office for their offer of help administratively on our issues of billing the state. On our state prison cases, we have to bill the state. They've reached out to us and they want to help us do that billing, and we will accept their gracious offer. After the budget is over, I want to have a meeting with the CAO's office about possible new streams of revenue from the Public Defender's Office. As I understand it, and I'll have to do some checking on this, we are not charging our clients per case. We're not charging when clients want a certificate of rehabilitation, when a client wants an expungement. This could be significant. So and certificate of rehabilitation and expungements are post-conviction remedies. So I do want to talk to the CAO's office about possible new streams of revenue. If the board has any questions, I will be more than happy to answer any of them, and I'd like to turn over the rest of the presentation to Ms. Riggs.
All right, good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. The only thing I wanted to hit on was budget. Since Scott is new, he hasn't had as much time to become familiar with the budgets that he has. And just a reminder that as a result of moving the Conflict Counsel in-house, we have significantly changed the structure of the Public Defender's Office, as Scott outlined, but we also changed the way that we're budgeting. So right now, the Public Defender's Office, and that is the 4 attorneys, the investigator, and 2 support staff, that net cost is $951,000. Now, we have a conflict division, and in the past, the way this was handled, we had something we called AB 233. And in that, what we did was we paid contract attorneys to provide any other, when there was a conflict, we needed any level 1, 2, 3, or above, the courts would appoint, we had a contract for levels 1 and 2, and anything above level 3, the court would appoint, and then it was paid out of that different cost center. The other thing that was paid out of the other cost center was any type of expert professional fees. All of this has been moved under the purview of the new public defender, so Scott will be overseeing all of that and working with the courts. Right now, what we're looking at a net cost for the conflict division of $337,000. So right now, I am not recommending any changes to this budget. I do anticipate with time and working with Scott that we will see some significant reductions in the cost, whether that be some revenues that we can look at, and then the way that he is able to handle and manage the expenses now that they're being handled by a department head. And with that, I'm also available for any questions.
Any questions from the board? Any public comment? Seeing none, I guess your work here is done.
Thank you, Chairman Rotifer.
Yes, sir. Okay. Someone would retrieve our no longer recused supervisor. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your elected sheriff, after he gets a cup of coffee to steady his nerves. Welcome, Sheriff.
Thank you. Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
Just give a second to get organized here.
Okay. Aren't thumb drives a wonderful thing?
And they work. Okay, let's try this. Good morning, Board.
Morning.
Chairman Rutherford, CEO Riggs, and Sarah Creel. Thank you for having us here. Along with me is Under Sheriff Neil Evans to my left. I also have some command staff in the back that are available for questions if you like. We have Jail Commander McCaig. We have Lieutenant David Vasquez, who runs our administration division. And we have also Deborah Moss, who runs our communication and records division. So I've been asked to present to the board about what services I am mandated as the sheriff to provide to the community. And I have to get my glasses, I apologize. And to provide the community with an overview of our office and to lay out the risk to public safety as they apply to our budget and any reductions. At the same time, I've been asked to identify areas where the sheriff's office can cut our budget and help balance the county's budget. But before I get on with that presentation, I want the board and the community to know what I stand for as the sheriff. And there's three things that I really believe in. One is we are here for no other reason than to protect and serve the community. If our folks can always remember that, we'll stay out of trouble and we'll do good things. Secondly, I think the first time you meet us should not be when you're in crisis. You should meet us through community outreach, such as the National Night Out we did this last week. If you get to know us and you trust us when you're not in crisis, you will trust us to do what's right when you are in crisis. And lastly, I think we need to be the most professional agency in the state, and that goes to how we treat our interdivisions internally within the sheriff's office, how we treat each other. It's how we treat the other departments within this county and the other agencies we deal with. And of course, most of all, it's how we treat the public. If we can remember and do those three things, I think we can achieve great things in our community. So I'll get on with the presentation. First slide. The Sheriff's Office has 291 mandates that dictate what we do and how we do things. 175 of those apply to the Operations Division, which would be Patrol, Detectives, Records Division, Communication. And the other 116 apply to the Custody Division and how they care for the inmates. Where these mandates dictate the how and the what we do, they do not dictate our workload. The citizens calling for help and their need to be safe and secure is what drives us every day. In addition to these mandates, there are a number of quality of life issues that we address on a daily basis. Slide. Homeless issues, narcotics, graffiti, illegal trash dumps. We have to do special events, community outreach, and school problems. As all of you know, your districts are having an increase in criminal activity and behaviors which negatively influence the quality of life within your districts. You all receive phone calls and emails probably on a weekly basis about these types of issues. I know this because you call me and send me the emails and say, hey, Sheriff, can you look into this for us? The problem with not addressing these quality of life issues, if they go unchecked, they tend to escalate. They turn into community blight, neighborhood disputes, and sometimes worse. Where I agree these things are not legally mandated, I believe they are expected to be completed by your board and the community we serve. So a lot of people say, Sheriff, is crime up or down? And I can tell you that crime goes up or down by a few percentage points every year. I think mostly over time, I think we can all agree crime creeps up. It's just the nature of our business. The real problems are our calls for service. And I've listed out some of the things that we have done in the Operations Division this year. And the one I really want you to take notice of is the top one. It's in red on the slide. There, we have 50,737 incidents or calls for service in a year. This is what drives what we do every day. That's the community's calls for help and their need for service. Additionally, the dispatch center handles a total of 151,000 calls each year. Just over 25,000 of those calls were 911 calls. This year we implemented the emergency medical dispatch system, and we have saved 4 lives since the beginning of this year. And speaking of saving lives, Mr. Kirk, David Vasquez, and I think Eric jumped in, and I never actually saw your face yesterday because your head was down. But for all of those folks that jumped in yesterday, I applaud you. You saved Mr. Krieg's life. Now, at the same time, I got here about 2 minutes into what had happened, and I started hearing comments about what's taking them so long, why aren't they here yet, and those types of things. People were worried. I could see it on your face, and you could probably see it on mine. I went back to the office, and by no means do I mean to make light of Mr. Krieg's situation or his incident yesterday. But I went back and I looked at how long did it take from the first 911 call till the time the EMTs were on scene downstairs out front, and it was 4 minutes. I want you to think about how long it seemed like that took. It seemed like a lifetime. It seemed like forever for those folks to get here. I know it. You have to look at our emergency response time of 13 minutes. 13 minutes is a lifetime when you're in crisis, and it's unacceptable. So what affects our emergency response times? It is simply how many deputies we have on shift and where they're at that moment. And the 13 minutes we gave you isn't obviously an average. But all that goes to how we staff. There are three factors when we talk about staffing a shift. A, how many deputies do we have available? B, what beats have the highest call volume? And C, we always have to factor in officer safety. The beats that are listed on your slide are in order of highest call volume to lowest. We have 7 primary beats, along with what we call an X or an X-ray beat, and that is a beat we use or a deputy we use to cover and back up the other units and sometimes patrol Kindy Meadows. So, in our world today, this would be the perfect shift. We work 12-hour shifts, 12 hours in the morning, 12 hours at night, first half of the week, and then we go to the second half of the week and we repeat. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most optimal shift we can have. It covers every beat in the entire county. Public safety is at an optimum. Officer safety is at an optimum. Everything is wonderful. With this shift, along with a community resource team, we would be able to reduce overtime, allow work on community issues, narcotics, home issues, all those things on the previous slide that went to the quality of life issues. Sadly, this is not the reality we live in. We don't have a community response team, and we live in a very different reality. The reality is, in the last 2 years, we went back and we averaged the number of deputies per beat. In 17-18, we had 4.8 deputies per shift. In 18-19, we dropped down to 3.8. That caused us $103,000 approximately of shift coverage. So what causes us to go up or down in these shifts? It is vacant positions, deputies injured, recruits on training or in the academy. I said it very unpolitely last time I was here, but those folks do not fill beats. We aren't able to use them to cover a shift. They're with another deputy all the time. So historically, our vacancy factor has been so prevalent, the CAO uses it to help balance the budget. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to remedy that. In the last 6 years, we've averaged approximately 3,300 hours of vacancy or deputies injured. This last year, we averaged 5,000. We had 5,000. This is what happens when we get shorthanded. It hurt this year. It broke the overtime bank. The way we're staffed now, we can handle it if there's 1 or 2 deputies off and a deputy injured or vice versa. The problem comes when all those compound in a short period of time, and that's what we had this year. We're going to talk more about the overtime later. So in the perfect world, we'd have 6 deputies, 1 sergeant, and we'd fill the Jamestown beat, the Columbia beat, the Twain-Hart and East Sonora, Tuolumne and East Sonora, Twain-Hart, Groveland, Don Pedro, and then we would have the Rover beat, which would also help cover Pinecrest. This is optimal when all 4 shifts are full, there's no vacancies, and no one injured. This is what we can do today. However, knowing we cannot staff for every possible emergency, I believe that this shift can reasonably handle almost every major call we have in this county, and it will make us very successful in the case of the need to evacuate folks in an emergency or fire or floods. So I want to point out what happens when we lose a deputy per shift. We lose the cover deputy. That's an officer safety issue. We lose the ability to patrol Pinecrest and Kennedy Meadows. Not that we won't go up there. We're just only going to go up there if there's a call. And that can take upwards of an hour because our county's 2,200 plus square miles. This will definitely stretch our ability to evacuate people in case of emergency, and our response times will go up. So if we go down to 4 deputies, we cover the Jamestown, Columbia, Tuolumne, East Sonora, and Twain-Hart. It will increase our response times, increase risk to the public. We no longer have a Groveland beat, and it's definitely an officer safety issue. Now, when we get down to 4 deputies per shift, this really affects our ability to evacuate threatened populations. And this is our worst-case scenario. We never go below 3 deputies and a sergeant per shift. It's unsafe to do so, and we call deputies in on overtime should we need to. Notice, there's no Columbia, Twain Harte, Groveland, or Pinecrest. Those are some of our major communities, and we will not cover them. We will not patrol them. We will go there in the case of a call, but you're not going to get any patrol. They're going to be too darn busy. I want to talk about our ability to evacuate people. Last year, during the Donnell fire, we had a sergeant and 3 deputies on. They got there in approximately 40 minutes. They went up the hill. They were able to get above the fire, and then the road burned over, trapping those deputies on the high side of the fire. I was the only one on duty. I shouldn't say on duty. I was the only one in the area for about an hour. Had that fire changed course, gone into Eagle Meadows in that area, we would have been in big trouble. We did call in the folks that were on the boat patrol, but they had to come off the lakes, and it took a delayed response time. We also called in a couple shifts early. I think we got very lucky with that fire. I really, really do. At this point, if we're down to this level, sergeants are starting to handle calls. They're not paying attention to their supervisory duties, and there's 3 areas where law enforcement typically gets sued. It's failure to supervise, failure to train, and failure to discipline. This shift increases public and officer safety to what I believe is an unacceptable level. It will also increase or delay our response times. Next slide. So I put together this next slide to show you our workload compared to how many deputies we've had in the last several years. Over the past 6 years, there have been the number of calls for service incidents have gone up approximately 10% per year. During the last 20 years, we've seen a 180% increase in the number of calls for service. I do want to point out the 2 green bars on the left side are inaccurate. We do not have that data. I just placed those in as a placeholder. But I can tell you, looking at this, our history for 20 years and even the last 6 years, I can predict with a very fair and clear amount of certainty that we're going to have an increase next year, even if it's slightly. If we stay status quo right now, we are falling behind in our ability to serve the public and protect the public. These increases are largely due to an ever-expanding mandates. The state's always putting more and more things on us. We have to do things differently. It also goes to the public's expectation of the sheriff's office. We are called from everything from neighborhood disputes, homeless, fights, disturbances, and all of those impact those callers' quality of life. But the main problem that we've had during this time frame is stagnant staffing. I have 1 less deputy now than I did in 1997. That's unfortunate. The sheriff's office, again, is falling behind in the ability to meet public safety needs of this county. The ability to respond to low-level calls for service is almost gone, and I am the prime example of that. A few weeks ago, I have some neighbors that have moved in, and they were very loud. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday night, they partied, had a great time, and I didn't get a lot of sleep. I got a little cranky. Tried to ignore it as much as I could. Ended up calling the sheriff's office. Hey, can you send a deputy by and ask them to quiet down? That night, we had a dead body call. Deputies could not respond. They never responded out. A couple nights later, still frustrated because of the noise, I again called. This time, being woken up, I could also, after I called, start hearing sirens all around Twain Harte. That's where I live. And they went around and around and around. I'm like, what is going on? I hope they're not doing this for me. And ended up, they were in a pursuit of a felony suspect. And again, nobody came to the sheriff's call. Now, that seems a little funny because I'm the sheriff, but it's not what this community wants or expects, I can tell you that. So let's talk about our recent staffing history. In 2013, we had 12 deputy sheriff vacancies. It was a rough time within the sheriff's office. It was actually my first year here. I sat down with Ms. Riggs, and we voluntarily gave up 2 patrol deputy positions to help balance the budget. The caveat was, hey, when you get full, we'll come back, we'll reinstate these, but there was no way we were going to fill that many deputy positions in 1 year. Well, to date, we've never been full enough that I've been able to ask for those deputies back. We've been full on paper for about 3 months in this amount of time. And when I say full on paper, that means that we've made a conditional job offer and people are going to go to the academy or whatnot. In 2016, we lost 12 part-time staff members. These folks worked 8,982 hours a year. They helped us carry the load. And if you look at what it would cost in 2016 hours, it would be $400,000 plus to cover that amount of hours that we lost. And this was the board's decision at the time to reduce retired annuitants down to the 2 years. In 2017, we lost 1 deputy sheriff position at mid-year and 1 community service officer position. The 5 positions that we've added during this time have gone to custody. We have been able, through realignment money, grants, court security, and those types of things, been able to add those positions without increasing the general fund cost. We have tried very hard to be creative and find the most inexpensive ways to add staff. I want to talk a little bit more about workload. This is just a quick slide. Search and rescue calls are going up every year. We can't control that. People come into our county, get lost. Some of our own residents get lost. From the low of 61 call-outs in 2014 to last year, we have had a 49% increase in calls. If we talk about our professional class staff, our records clerks are I would say they're almost overworked. Over the past 6 years, the civil department, or civil clerks, their workload's gone up 3%. Warrants processed are up 113%, and cases recorded or processed have gone up 17%. We recently lost a clerk, and we were forced to close the doors at 4 o'clock just so that the clerks could keep up with their mandated work. This cuts our service to the nearly 40 people that come into our office every day. I think that those clerks are at their maximum. Some of the services we've lost over the last several years through these rough times have been, we've reduced our ability to evacuate emergency. In the case of emergency, again, we now have closed our office doors at 4 o'clock. I don't want to go back to the top one. As I said yesterday, or maybe the day before, we had Sheriff Honea come up. He evacuated the Oroville Dam situation. He evacuated the car fire. And the one thing he clearly pointed out, it's us, it's the sheriff's office who do the evacuations. You must have a robust, well-staffed sheriff's department in these emergency situations. He made the comment that he was very lucky that there was a training day that day, and he had 30 deputies in a class that he was able to call upon at the onset of this. He said it could have been worse. And that, to me, is really unimaginable because it was an awful fire. But he assured me it would have been worse had they not had those deputies readily available. We have we've gotten rid of our Groveland resident deputy, our Pinecrest resident deputy. Our detectives have gone down from 9 to 5. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. We have forced a change in how we investigate crimes in our county. We now only assign major cases let me back up. I want to make a point and I'm missing it. I apologize. We've reduced the number of detectives, and we no longer assign all the burglaries that occur in this county to detectives. We used to do that because they were able to solve cases. Now we only assign those major cases which have concrete leads. In 2018, of the 267 burglaries reported, detectives only investigated 28. We solved 77% of those cases. So when we do investigate them, we have a pretty good clearance rate. Again, those are the cases with really good leads as well. So just to clarify, unless patrol follows up at some point during the day, we are already living in a community where we do not investigate 239 of the 267 burglaries we have every year, or this last year. Having your home burglarized is one of the most personal and unnerving things that can happen to you. I know. I actually had my service weapon stolen out of my home, and I've had my shed broken into a few times. When I lived in another county, by the way. People don't feel safe in their homes, and it takes a long time for them to get over that. The only way to prevent these types of crimes is through proactive patrols, community outreach, and actually investigating and convicting burglars. Detectives, with the exception of the 28 burglaries they investigated this year, are only investigating crimes against persons. Those include elder abuse, assaults, homicides, suspicious death, and crimes against children. Crimes against children is our #1 priority. We had 279 cases reported last year. These are cases where children are reportedly sexually molested, physically beaten, and or neglected. They are the priority because we have to immediately investigate those cases to get those children out of that situation. As a result, the other crimes that we're investigating, the other crimes against persons we're investigating, have to be put down and are picked up again later. This is causing delays in our cases. As you know, as we delay cases, memories fade, our ability to gain evidence diminishes, and it gets harder and harder to prosecute these cases. We're now using patrol to assist in larger cases, and they're not able to keep up with their patrol work. So, the doom and gloom is over. I can tell you that we've done a lot of things, and some of the ways we've survived is we've adapted, we've overcome, and we've fundraised. We at the Sheriff's Office enjoy great support from the community. This past year, we raised $70,000 for the canine. That unit is basically self-sufficient based on the support we've gotten from the community. A couple of years ago, we were struggling to get $12,000 to replace search and rescue equipment, knowing that you cannot send these volunteers out into dangerous situations without the proper equipment, or else they just quit volunteering for you. We asked the board members at that time, hey, if you leave $5,000 in this, we'll fundraise, we'll get the rest of it. And we did. This last year, we raised $12,000, and we hope to do more in the future. We've reorganized our professional staff. We've cross-trained them so that if one of them is missing, the work does not pile up. We've moved the CCWs, the concealed weapon permits, to an online system. It's faster, it's more efficient for the public and staff. We've modified our job descriptions. We've pushed the lower level tasks to non-sworn personnel to free up the deputies for calls for service. We are going to an online policy update system to ensure all of our training is completed. We went to 12-hour shifts, which are more efficient for coverage, but they do reduce our ability to train without using overtime. And again, the three things that get us sued is failure to train, failure to supervise, and failure to discipline. We have looked at how we could provide better coroner services a couple of years, or I think it was last year. And by reorganizing how we do that, we've saved the county $80,000+ a year ongoing savings. We're very happy with that. We've put computers in the cars and have made ourselves more efficient in reporting and have cut down on response times for non-emergency calls. These are just some of the things we did to survive. So I want to talk about overtime a little bit. It's been suggested that we at the Sheriff's Office are mismanaging our staff and letting overtime go unchecked. And I will admit, in years past, there were staff that abused the system. But since we got the MOU changes in 2014, we have reduced the amount of hours that we use in overtime. Now, I can't control the cost. That is your job. But the amount of hours, if you look at this chart after 2014, all the hours went down. We've done a good job at managing the amount of hours that we use in overtime. However, you see the blip in 18-19, and that's because of staffing shortages. We've recently got 7 new hires coming through the pipe. We hope to get that overtime down this year and get it back to a very manageable level. However, those folks, if they graduated today, still have 3 months of training, so we got a little bit of time. It's also been suggested that we allocate too much in our overtime budget. So I did a poll of some comparison counties, and I asked them, what percentage of your total allocated budget do you put towards overtime? And as you can see here, we are at 4.7%, and we are well below the average of 5.4. I think we do a great job of managing our budget and predicting what we should actually need. This following slide, if I can walk you through it, is how we spent all of our overtime dollars. At the bottom, you will see, Neil, I have to look over here. We spent $533,000 in overtime this last year. A large chunk of that, $106,000, was what we call patrol or other assignments. These are assignments such as the concert series, things like that, the Jubilee, where we contract overtime services, and we actually made $1,000 doing that this year. Not a lot, but we did make a little bit of money. Those, I just want to be very clear, those events that we cover are covered on overtime. They are not covered on the regular, by the regular deputy on shift. We have to have those deputies available to handle calls. Does that make sense to everyone? Did I say that? What? Yes, and we're reimbursed for those hours. So there are a couple areas which I've highlighted in orange which we really don't have a lot of control over. That is courtroom testimony. Whether we testify or not, we break it out in two different sections. Late calls, we can't control when calls come in at the very end of a shift. We try not to do that, but if they come and we need to go, we go. That's just the nature of the business. Having said that, when those calls come in, there's some report writing that goes along with that. If we make an in-custody arrest, the reports have to be done before they go home that evening, or else the cases don't get filed. Detective call-outs, detectives miscellaneous, those are cases that come in the middle of the night that patrol cannot handle and the detectives are called out on. The big one is civil coroner. We can't control how many people die in this county. And we spent $50,000 on that last year. So in addition to that, we have patrol training, which is mandated. We have to do that. And then if you look on the far right column, we have shift coverage of the $103,000 that we had this year. We have eliminated that from our budget for next year in hopes that we will be within a normal range. But if you take away the revenue, the stuff we have no control over, and the mandated costs, that leaves me about $47,000 a year in overtime. And I think that's very, very reasonable. Additionally, there's a box down here for disaster. We spent $28,000 in disaster coverage. That comes from a completely separate fund. CEO Riggs has made sure that doesn't come out of our normal budget, and typically those are also reimbursed through federal or state emergencies type stuff. Okay, do you need a break?
Can I ask a quick question?
Absolutely.
Before you go on, the slide prior, if you go back one slide. So that percentage rate is represented in the overtime figures in the next slide? That's what we're looking
The
at?
4.7?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And actually, I want to say that was last year as well.
Bill, you got another question?
Yeah. I want to go back to, it's really at the beginning, and I don't want to make any assumptions, but when you had talked about the beats, and a point for clarification, there's a beat in Don Pedro and then a beat up at Pinecrest, and I don't want to assume, but I'm going to ask that those are our two major corridors, and that the recreation corridors. And
Yes, ma'am.
so that you're responding to a lot of calls that are recreation in nature.
Yes, so a lot of the population up there comes up to visit, recreate. They're staying at the campgrounds. Most of them are from out of county. We do have some that are from within the county, but a lot are from outside the county.
Okay. And
is that what you were wanting to know?
yeah, it is, because this is a topic that we've had conversations about for public benefit. The coverage that the U.S. Forest Service has is, I believe they're down to one deputy now that covers 4 counties, if I'm not mistaken, Calaveras, Alpine,
Yes,
Tuolumne, and part of Mariposa counties. So they have one deputy, and recently have attendance in public meetings where Forest Service employees have actually told individuals at those meetings that were highly attended that don't call the Forest Service, call 911 and call the sheriff. And so I'm going to assume that this reflects a higher, again, we have a high degree of calls that are going out on public lands and recreation. And I know you've tried to have this conversation with the forest supervisor, and he recognizes there's a problem, but it was at the regional level that there was
Yes, so at the local level, right now, we have one captain and one deputy, or one ranger that covers the 4 counties. They told me that they hope to have somebody on in December, if all things go well. That, unfortunately, we missed that coverage through the entire rest of the summer.
and we
That's
really
our-
don't, there's not a reimbursement mechanism on that.
We've asked, how about you contract with us for more deputies? We can put a deputy up there. At the local level, they were all for it. Yes, we want your help. We want you to be up there. However, at the higher levels, the regional level, they absolutely did not want us there.
Okay.
Okay, Supervisor Gray. Sheriff, you mentioned earlier about the change in 2016 on the use of annuities, and as I recall, that was something that was brought about by changes in the retirement system. Counsel, can you explain a little bit about what happened there?
Sure. So, as you all know, California has undergone some major pension reform, and part of that is use of retired annuitants. So, several years ago, when your board was considering some other budget cuts, decisions were made first to look at people who were in relief positions, which were retired annuitants. The issue is that the language in the government code about use of retired annuitants is very strict. It's very limited in terms of the types of positions that they can be placed in, how long they can work, and they are supposed to be of a limited duration. Limited duration is not defined in the code, but we know other jurisdictions have basically gotten themselves in trouble, and jurisdictions different. Some do go longer, some stick with using retired annuitants for about 2 years. But the issue is that if PERS decides to do an audit and finds that the county has violated that law, the county has to pay back benefits, but the person who's retired also has to pay back their benefits, and they're automatically reinstated to PERS. So the risk to the individual is pretty great.
Thank you. The other question has to do with the corridors, the 108 and 120 corridors. We know what happens there in the summer. You know, it's we've got 1 million cars going up 120 just in the summertime
Hey,
alone.
on Sunday afternoon, just try to leave our county.
Yeah,
It takes
it's-
forever.
it's a mess.
There's a lot of people in our county on the
you
weekends.
know, getting on to Sherry's point there about the U.S. Forest Service and their lack of enforcement. The key there is how do we fund it? Where do we go to get the money to put people on those two corridors? And I think that's a discussion that we need to have later on. So
Agreed.
some ideas.
I think some pressure from your board might help, because I think there's a definite willingness and want for us to be there by the local staff. They have some funding available. They're just not allowed to spend it. I would like to think that could change. It would help us, and it would help them. It'd be a great partnership.
Thank you.
Okay,
Said
go ahead.
one. First off, thank you, Sheriff. This is really good information. My question was about the first 2 lines there, the court no testify and court testify. And let me just correct me if I'm wrong. This is deputies that have been involved with an arrest, and then that individual has a court date where the deputy comes in and testifies to the facts of the case. The court dates are scheduled. Why is there overtime associated with the deputy going to testify in those cases?
Well, depending on how long they're scheduled out, I actually can't speak to that because I don't know that information. But the deputies if they go on their day off, they get paid overtime. If you're working graveyard and you have to come in during the day, you're paid overtime. Keep in mind, we have to keep those deputies on the shift. As we pointed out earlier, this whole last year and the year before, we're running with 4.8 or 3.8 deputies per. The other thing is we have an MOU issue there. Deputies who are on their day off, they deserve their day off just like everybody else does. And if you're going to call them in on their day off, they get paid overtime.
So
Could it be rescheduled? Maybe, but that would be a nightmare.
So those costs are associated with instances where there's a court date assigned that happens to coincide with the deputy's day off, and then they're called in to testify.
Correct. Or
those
if
days.
they are called in the morning, they don't get to testify. They're called back in the afternoon. They testify in the afternoon. It continues.
I see.
They could be there all day and testify at the very end of the day and get paid overtime for the entire day.
Okay.
It's a process that's frustrating. I will be the first to admit it would take a lot of coordination between the courts, the DA, myself, the public defender's office to really curb this. I think we can do it. But if you look around at other agencies, they're suffering from the same issues. The one thing I have seen work in the Valley, when I worked at Stanislaus County, we had a part-time court liaison deputy who would come in the morning, read all the reports, and make sure all the deputies were lined up. And if there was, say, somebody who was on shift, we could keep them on the streets. They monitored how the cases were going. They would page them, tell them, that's how long ago it was, page them, and they would come in and testify, and we wouldn't have to lose services out on the street. It's a good system. It could work. It costs money. I think it paid for itself down there pretty well, and I think it's something we should look at here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right. I have some more slides.
I know, you're going to go to the jail next, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and ask if there's public comment.
Wonderful.
Okay, on the law enforcement side, the patrol side, the sheriff's side, non-jail side. Okay, so anybody that wants to comment on the presentation up till now?
Daniel Richardson with the General Services Agency. I think it's worth a story. The Sheriff's Office and their goal says they want to do community outreach. Just want to give a quick story. They're out they entered the Tuolumne Township during the summer. They came to the Tuolumne pool, and little hoodlums ran away on their bikes. And what the sheriff did is he opened up his trunk, and he offered lemonade and cookies to everybody at the pool. And all the guys on their bikes who ran away came back and said, "Hey, what'd I miss? What'd they need? Who are they arresting?" And they said, "No, they're just giving away free stuff." And so I appreciate the community outreach. It shows that they're compassionate and they're effective at their job. So good job.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Thank you, Daniel. Can I make another comment based on that?
Yep, sure.
So through our community outreach program, and we've been doing it for a while now, we've had 2 kids come forward and talk about abuse that we were able to prevent. It is worth every penny of overtime, money we spend, time we spend for those results. I believe in it.
Thank you. I'm not going to argue with you. Okay, on to the jail.
Okay. So we want to just give a very high level of what the jail has done this last year. They had an average daily population of 142 and a half inmates. Where the half comes from, I'm not sure. But some of the statistics that surprised me was that we serve 160,000 meals. That's a lot of meals that we're serving. But the one thing I really wanted to point out is the 1,092 incidents, fights, drugs, emergency medical situations. This is up 42% in 3 years. I think this directly reflects the type of inmates we're now housing. They are no longer the low-level inmates. They're more dangerous. And I think, unfortunately, if this continues, we need to, even if we don't even open another jail, we're going to have to look at opening or getting more deputies to make sure that staff is safe and the inmates are safe.
Bill, can I interrupt you real quick?
Yes, sir.
Is that a direct result in your mind of AB 109?
Oh, absolutely. It's
Okay,
a given,
thank you.
as far as I'm concerned. So at the jail, we have the JMS system is a jail management system. It tracks everything they do in the jail. And over the last 6 years, their workload has gone up 28%. They have added 5 deputies in that time frame, and so we're staying afloat. I just want to point out, we do not have a relief factor. This is not like patrol. If someone calls in sick, that post has to be filled because we have to manage those inmates. We have to supervise and care for those inmates. So until we can get some relief staff or relief factor built into this system, we are going to pay overtime every time somebody calls in sick or somebody's off. Okay? I'm really not going to go into the jail too much. We're going to be back here in a couple months asking for more deputies. So to actually recommend a cut in services is a bit of a waste of a time. If we're going to open a new jail, we're going to do it properly, we're going to have to add more staff. So I'm really not going to delve in too much into the jail. Lieutenant McCaig's here for any questions you might have. The one thing I really wanted to point out is the next slide. And our transportation has gone up 95% since 2009. That's absolutely the realignment factor. We're getting more and more. The other day they had more deputies in on transport than they had on the floor. It's nauseating, to say the least. So
Can you talk about what that transportation entails? Where are they taking them? What is the movement requirement?
well, you have a lot of medical and dental runs, taking people to the doctor, dental appointments, things like that. You're taking people out of county. On warrants, we're bringing people from Stanislaus County, Los Angeles, you name it, that get arrested on our warrants. They are brought back up here, and we're going all over the state, essentially, doing transports.
Okay. Thank you.
Did I miss anything, Tammy? Okay. So, we're going to talk about solutions. I want to make this very clear. I am not recommending any cuts to the sheriff's office. But you have asked me, and the CEO has asked me, to come to you with solutions and point out the risks involved with those solutions. I get that we're the largest general fund. We're the largest public safety. We spend a lot of money in this county. But the fact is, we are tasked with public safety, and it's a very, very important task. I've said it before. It is the public's need to be safe, which drives what we do every day. We run a 24/7 operation. We've served over 122,000 people last year. We contacted 122,000. Now, albeit, some of those were repeat customers. So, with the exception of fire and to some extent ambulance, we're unlike all other departments. We're the ones, again, that are tasked with community safety. When all the other offices are closed, and we heard it from animal control, they call us. If there's a deer in the backyard, you need to deal with the mentally ill, there's a tree across the roadway, if there's a power outage, they call us. It's a sheriff's office they call, and in the sheriff's office, they expect to solve their issues. And that's why we are so big. We are different from everybody else. And please, I don't want to sound boisterous or anything like that. I say it from a humble point. So having said that, I want to walk you through some of the things we could do. So on the left column, if we did these things this year, if we, through attrition only, froze 3 deputy sheriff's positions and 0.75 positions this year, we could, well, we've already lost the fiscal technician. We're as it stands right now, we're functioning without it, we can give that up. We're willing to give up the rank of a corporal and the rank of a sergeant. Not the position, but the rank. There's a savings between deputy and corporal and sergeant. We're going to add back in a senior account clerk. That way, we're going to reclassify one of our lower clerks to help do the financial portion of the job that we've lost with the fiscal technician. At some point during this year, we're going to lose a very senior and very dear lead dispatcher, and we will replace that lead dispatcher with another junior lead dispatcher, and then, of course, another dispatcher below that. If we do all those things, we can save you approximately $400,000 this year, and with an ongoing savings of $433,532 in the years to follow. Next slide. So if we do that, this will be the new norm. And this is what we will fill or strive to fill on a perfect day in Tuolumne County. Next slide. But here are the services that we are going to lose. Go back to this in a minute. This severely stretches our ability to respond to emergencies, evacuations. As you know now, one of the fire guys told me the other day that the fire season's 280 days a year. That's incredible. Hopefully, we'll get some rain at some point, and that will shorten, go back to some sort of normalcy. But right now, that's the norm we're dealing with. We will not be patrolling Kennedy, Pinecrest, unless on overtime contracts or in the event of calls for service. And Supervisors, this is where my notes tell me to talk about the lack of service by the U.S. Forest Service that we talked about earlier. We're going to roll the narcotics team into patrol just to survive this. We will no longer have the capacity to have do complex investigations, which directly impact the quality of life within our community. I want you to remember that it is the narcotics team that investigated the doctor who was dispensing opioids into our community. The fact that they were able to close her down reduced dramatically the amount of prescriptions dealt in this county. They were able to close down girls, and where I thought it was an absolute eyesore, and I think it was a den of narcotics and prostitution, that is no longer in our community. They were the ones who were investigating which drug dealers are bringing drugs in our county. The drugs don't start in our county, they come from other places, and they were the only ones who were investigating those types of narcotics trafficking. They're the ones we called upon to do surveillance for dangerous suspects, homicide suspects, and things like that. They were the ones that were in the plain clothes tracking these folks so that we could take them into custody safely without any shootings or any other types of incidents. They're the ones who gave the drug presentations to our schools, the anti-drug presentations. Next, I want to talk about our ability to investigate property crimes. If we do this, I think within the next 2 years, we're probably not going to be investigating very many property crimes. I think that unless it falls in our lap and we have a solid suspect, we're probably just going to do a report for you and you can send it to your insurance company, unless it's one of the big ones. We will not be able to take on the projects like we did in Jamestown. As all of you know, we did the project in Jamestown last year or the year before. We were able to stop homelessness. We were able to clean up the parks, clean up a number of buildings with blight, and the businesses saw a drastic improvement in the amount of business they did every day. This goes to the 4 deputies. We should be adding 4 deputies for this community response team. I believe with 4 deputies doing a community response team, we could do some great good in this community. We would be able to remove blight, drugs, homelessness, and we would attract more businesses and more visitors into this community. Again, we only have 5 detectives remaining under this scenario. Investigations will take longer, and we've talked about how hard it is to investigate and prosecute those types of cases with those delays. We will definitely see an increase in response time, and we will reduce our officer safety. And lastly, I want to talk about the community's expectations. If it was one of your loved ones that was victimized in this county, you would expect a level of service, and we will no longer be able to provide that level of service. And that's all I have.
Okay. Board? Community? Public comments? Very sobering.
Thank you.
Sheriff, thank you very much as always. First of all, I want to thank you. I know you're not recommending this, and without prejudicing where the board may go, I want to thank you for participating as you were asked. Not all departments have or maybe will. I don't know. We've still got a couple to go. But as always, the Sheriff's Department has come in and put what they thought they could on the table. So I want to thank you very much for that, and thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I think we're going to recess until 1:30. Is that correct? Okay. So the board stands in recess. We will reconvene at 1:30. Thank you. The Board of Supervisors meeting, and since we have some new people potentially in the audience, would the clerk reread our 9 o'clock appointment? Would you like me to show it to you?
So this is a fiscal year 2019-2020 budget study session, all county departments.
Okay, and so I have imposed, not a gag limit, okay, but I have imposed a 2-minute limit on public comment on all items before the board. Although we don't have the crowd that we had yesterday, in the interest of equity to all public speakers on the matter, that 2-minute time limit is in effect. So please, if you are anticipating making a public comment, adjust your thinking accordingly, and please help me out. If you go a little bit over, I will ask you to wrap it up, and if you would accommodate us and wrap it up as quickly as you can. Having said that, CAO, do you have anything you want to repeat at all? It's up to you.
All right. So earlier this morning, we talked about the increase in need and mandates from the state for our public safety partners. And that increase has been pushed down from the state level in many, many different ways. And so today has been Public Safety Day, and what we've been doing is listening to those department heads who are leading our public safety in our county. And they're the ones that are carrying out these mandates and these extra services that have been pushed down from the state in many different areas and ways. And this is what has pushed the need for discretionary revenues to continue to be used and directed towards public safety. So today is the day that we can listen to what those mandates are, what those services are, and then what would be the impact if we had to reduce appropriations in those budgets in order to balance for this year.
Okay. Our elected district attorney.
Thank you, Chairman Rotifer, members of the board, CEO Riggs, County Counsel Carrillo, and Deputy County Counsel Drivdahl. I'm going to get the hard part out of the way first today. I mean, it's all hard, but I can't start today without making a brief statement about the events that happened yesterday. And so we have prepared a statement on behalf of the Krieg family. And we wanted to say that on behalf of our entire family, we would like to thank all of those who selflessly jumped in yesterday to save our loved one, Tony. Without the life-saving measures taken by Supervisor Kirk, Assistant CAO Eric Earhart, Recreation Supervisor Eric Aiken, and candidate for District 4 Board Damian Renault, Tony would not be with us today. We know this because the doctors, both at Adventist Health and at Doctors Medical Center, are amazed that he is alive, and they have commented that they cannot believe the condition he arrived in, and they have commented, even in Modesto, that the CPR measures taken by those individuals, and if I've missed anyone, and I'm sure I have because it's still a blur, they are amazed at those efforts. And so our family is eternally grateful to everyone that helped. And I certainly know that glory goes to God and divine intervention happened yesterday. And again, if there's anyone I've missed in those efforts, please forgive me. But as I was reflecting on this last night, you know, these budget exercises are tough on everybody. And what really struck me yesterday is not only the immediate efforts and to watch that operation and those professionals who are trained in that take control was amazing. But what also struck me was all of the staff that came to support me. You know, before I could even wrap my head around what was happening, my staff had me and was trying to shield me from what was going on. They're here with me today, Ginger Martin, Rachel Bell, Tiffany Tate, and then Sarah Carrillo. I never even saw her come down, but she had me before I even knew what was going on. Carlin had me. She had water. And before I knew it, when things were really taking a turn for the worse, Supervisor Brennan got me into her office. And I just remember I hit the ground and I just started praying. And she prayed with me and with my staff. And I came out once Tony had regained consciousness. And I just remember under Sheriff Evans, who he's like 7 feet tall, coming up behind me, and he kind of grabbed my shoulder, and I just leaned against him. I just needed, and it was a great leaning post, I will say. And before I knew it, Anaya had a hold of me, Supervisor Gray had a hold of me, and as I looked around the room, you know, Linda Downey was getting people out of here that had no business being here, and I just was struck by the love and support that came from this county staff. And when it comes down to it, you know, we sometimes, we may not agree. We represent different departments, and that's hard when we're fighting for our departments. But at the end of the day, we're a family, and that really showed yesterday. We are a work family, and the people that work for Tuolumne County are the best people I've ever worked with. So thank you. I did speak with Tony at noon today. I actually called his cell phone. His wife doesn't have a cell phone, and I thought I figured she would have his phone. And to my shock, he picked up and said, "Laura, thank you for patting my head yesterday as I lay in the boardroom." And I said, "Why are you answering the phone?" He ended up being metaflighted to doctors. He's in the CCU, the critical care unit there. They are working on getting his blood pressure under control and getting his blood back to a level where they can perform surgery. And the plan at this time, which he was okay with me sharing and wanted me to, again, express his gratitude to you all. And also was that they plan to do a pacemaker, and that's where we're at. So, you know, we ask for your continued prayers. Thank you for the staff, the custodial staff that I'm sure had to clean up after that was over. I don't want to miss anybody, but he said to tell you that he would like to come here and thank you himself, and hopefully he can do that in a few months. So thank you very much. Are these on? Okay. So I am District Attorney Laura Krieg, and I'm going to let my staff introduce themselves.
Ginger Martin, Victim Witness Coordinator.
Rachel Bell, Business Manager.
And we were up and running, and hopefully the screen has not died. So we'll
turn the camera on.
Timed out.
It went to sleep, but we're recharging here. So we have previously passed out to the board, to the clerk, to county council, and to our CAO 2 handouts. The first represents a copy of our PowerPoint presentation that we intend to give today. The second is a spreadsheet of our mandated duties along with the statutes, constitutional provisions, and any other support for those duties. I think we're getting close here. We actually came at 1 o'clock to make sure this didn't happen, but
Best
things
laid
happen.
best laid plans of DAs, and
Just like in court, you never know what's going to happen.
there you go. Well, I think while we're waiting, we're all very gratified that your brother-in-law is doing as well as he's doing.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm going to go ahead and start with our mission statement, which is one of our slides. But the mission of the Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office is to seek justice, protect the public, ensure victims' rights, and prevent crime through vigorous, equitable, and ethical application of the law. Truth and justice shall guide each prosecutor exercising authority and discretion on behalf of the community. And I do want to emphasize that as district attorney, public protection and public safety, as well as protecting victims and ensuring that they have the support and enforcing their rights in court, is our primary mission. Oh, good. So, moving on from our mission statement, we have several mandated responsibilities, and several of our powers come from different areas. As your public defender, Scott Gross, mentioned, the U.S. Constitution, it's our job as district attorneys to also ensure that people's rights aren't violated. We have an ethical obligation to ensure that any case we bring, that there has not been a violation of a defendant's rights. It's our duty to not only protect the rights of victims, but also to ensure that rights of defendants are upheld, that they have a fair process in the court system. We have a duty to review and file criminal complaints. We have a duty to investigate crime in other areas, which I'll talk about. And we absolutely have a mandate to act ethically in all areas of our responsibility. A lot of people think of district attorneys as those who seek convictions. Our goal, and we do seek convictions, but that is not our primary purpose. Our primary purpose is to ensure that justice is done and that justice is served. And that can mean something different in some cases than just merely seeking a conviction. In the California Constitution, Article 13, Section 35, this comes from our state constitution. And what it says is public safety is the first responsibility of local government. And local officials have an obligation to give priority to the provision of adequate public safety services. I can't stress this enough, that we, the District Attorney's Office, are a mandated department. In the government code, there's several provisions that speak of the district attorney and the mandates that the district attorney has to the public. The primary one is that the district attorney is the public prosecutor for all crime committed in Tuolumne County. The district attorney is vested with the power to conduct on behalf of the people all prosecutions for public offenses. In addition to that, a line of unbroken California cases have recognized that the district attorney is also charged with the duty to investigate. That is why district attorneys' offices have to have district attorney investigators, and I will speak more about that as we go on. Additional mandates: we must review and prosecute criminal cases both in adult and juvenile justice systems. We must protect consumers, workers, and the environment, including enforcement through both civil and criminal actions. We must preserve and protect public integrity, investigate any corruption, and prosecute it. We must notify crime victims of their rights and enforce these rights, which were embedded into the Constitution through Marsy's Law. We must support and protect victims of and witnesses to crimes, as well as a dozen other additional mandates which are included in the spreadsheet which has been provided, and I'm happy to answer questions about those, including being one of the legal advisors to the grand jury. Agencies that the district attorney serves. You heard from the sheriff today, and you saw the amazing amount of work they have and what they do. But this slide is really compelling, because when you look at the district attorney, and that is our badge in the center of this slide, these are all of the agencies that we receive cases from. That includes the Sheriff's Department, all of the crime investigated by Sonora Police Department, Tuolumne County Probation through the delinquent cases. We serve the Department of Corrections. We, Tuolumne County, unlike some other counties, have a prison in our community. That prison generates a whole lot of work for the district attorney's office, which I'll talk more about. It's people that go to prison don't always stop committing crimes, and so new crimes occur within the prison system. That is a crime that has occurred within our Tuolumne County jurisdiction, and we are mandated to prosecute that. The California Highway Patrol, any crime that the California Highway Patrol cites for or investigates in this county comes to the Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office for review. The Bureau of Land Management, the Department of Justice, the Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control, CAL FIRE. We file and prosecute arsons. I just had an arson case for the individual that set fire to the 2 cabins in Pinecrest a few years ago. He just went to prison for 6 years and pled to 2 strikes. That was a CAL FIRE case, as well as the Sheriff's Office. Welfare Special Investigations Unit. A few years ago, my investigators, in an attempt to provide some help and a solution to some budget issues that we were having, took on the investigation of welfare fraud. And that resulted in us getting money infused into the general fund from a different department. We also receive cases from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, from the U.S. Forest Service, and from the Department of Social Services. In addition, as you can see, every prosecution that we do results in, if somebody is in the juvenile hall, that means that the district attorney has filed a case, unless they're just being held, and that which you can only hold somebody for 48 hours before we file something. Any individual that's put on probation, mandatory supervision, or post-release community supervision, that is a case that comes out of our office. Any individual who stays in the jail more than 48 hours, that is because the district attorney has filed a case. The Superior Court, we file every criminal case that happens in your Tuolumne County Superior Court. It comes out of the district attorney's office. The public defender would not exist without the district attorney's office because there would be nobody to represent. We have to charge a case before the public defender gets appointed. The private defense counsel, we also have many cases where the public defender's office is not appointed and where a defendant is represented by private attorney. Those are all still our cases, as well as the new conflict public defenders. So what is happening with crime in the mother lode? I found this article really interesting. It just occurred in the Calaveras Enterprise on August 3rd of 2019. And it talks about where in Calaveras County, that has a slightly less of a population than us, that they had a 69% increase in the number of rapes reported. Tuolumne County, however, saw a 140% increase with 60 incidents reported last year. You can see Amador County has remained somewhat stable. And as mentioned, the sheriff spoke today about the number of child molest and abuse cases that they had received complaints on, which was 279. In child molest cases, a district attorney is involved at the absolute beginning because we participate in the KIT team, and that is the kids interview team. And those children are interviewed at the district attorney's office currently, which is being moved to our Child Advocacy Center. But a district attorney sits in behind, we view it from a camera, we're not in the room. We view those interviews. We determine whether or not we can charge those cases. For all sexual assaults, I have attorneys that rotate and have to be on call 24 hours. That is for search warrant signatures. That is also to approve medical legal exams for either adult sexual assault victims or child molest or abuse victims. All of those calls come through our office. We try to be involved early to lessen the trauma to individuals and victims of those crimes. Just 2 weeks ago, I received a case in my office. It took me, the district attorney, a solid day to file the case. It was an aggravated sexual assault of a child, and there were so many acts that had occurred over the span of so many years. It took me 8 hours to put the complaint together. And after I was finished, that individual is facing 487 years to life in prison. And I can tell you that somebody that has sex with a child and commits aggravated sexual assault of 5- and 6-year-olds deserves to be in prison for that amount of time. That's what my office does. What specialized areas of prosecution do we have? Well, we appear in juvenile court. We file and we prosecute child physical and sexual abuse. Sexually violent predator cases, a lot of people are not aware. These are additional duties that we have that are mandated. When you have an individual who has served time for a sexual offense incarcerated in CDCR, if they have 2 or more qualifying offenses for sex crimes, they are evaluated by the Department of State Hospitals and by CDCR to see whether at the end of the term that they're serving, they're safe to release back into the community. Because we know that for instance, pedophiles, there is no cure for pedophilia. And so they have to evaluate these individuals to say whether or not they are safe to release into our street or whether or not they're likely to reoffend. We have had 2 now that I am, one I've already prosecuted and sent, one I'm pending, that have come to us from the Department of Corrections, and they have contacted our office. We usually have about a week's notice. They tell us this person's getting ready to be released from CDCR. We're recommending that you initiate and act on them as a sexually violent predator. What that means is I have to file, it's considered a civil action in court, to hold them. They are transferred. I have to appear in court within this time frame and have them transferred from the Department of Corrections to the Department of State Hospitals at Coalinga, where they begin receiving treatment, and many of these go to trial. I tried one of these last year. That person was found to be a sexually violent predator, and what that means is they go to a state hospital potentially for an indeterminate term, life. They are evaluated yearly by doctors to see if they've made significant progress and whether they can be released into the community. But without the district attorney's office, sexually violent predators would just be released from prison. Can we get that back up? We also appear on dependency representation, and I want to talk about that for a few minutes. I submitted to you what our mandated and non-mandated duties are. The one non-mandated duty that my office currently performs is that we represent children in dependency proceedings. We are the only district attorney's office in the state of California that is appointed by the courts to represent children in these dependency proceedings. That is when children are removed from the home by child welfare services. My office receives revenue to compensate from the state to appear on these cases. And so we bring in revenue, and I'm going to show you a slide on that later. That is something I do want to talk about, however, because my attorneys do an excellent job representing children in court. And I have an attorney here today that I'm sure can speak more about that. But the level of service and the level of commitment that my attorneys show those children is significant. And I know the courts appreciate it. I know that the Department of Social Services appreciates it, and I know County Council appreciates the work we do in those cases. We also obviously prosecute domestic violence. These are never easy cases. They impact people's lives and children's lives and families' lives, and we certainly recognize that, but we also recognize the importance of doing that work. Domestic violence victims are over 70% more likely to become homicide victims, and so we try to get in early, we try to intervene in those situations, and we try to work on restoring those families. We aggressively prosecute elder abuse cases, and if you have seen some of the recent headlines, which I'll be showing you, we've had a major increase in elder abuse cases being reported and prosecuted by our office. We do adult sexual assault, and we do homicide. That's just a few areas of what I would call specialized prosecution, certainly not all the areas that we serve and do. Why is it showing up in that format? We also have specialized investigative areas. As I mentioned, we are mandated and we have a duty to investigate. I have 2 investigators that currently work in my office. That is down from 5 when I started. We have special investigative areas. My investigators would be the ones that investigate officer-involved shootings. That happened in 2014, was our most recent one. My investigators are mandated to investigate and recover in child concealment and abduction. A few years ago, my investigator, I flew him to Louisiana to recover a small child whose mother had taken the child from the father who had custody. The father lived in our community. The mother took the child against all court orders and fled to Louisiana with the child. We had to investigate, and we worked very closely with the father. We investigated and located where this child was, and my investigator flew to Louisiana, recovered this child, and brought her back to her father here in Tuolumne County. My investigators participate in the physical and sexual abuse investigations. Other specialized investigations that they do are a whole host of things. They work on protecting the staff. They work on protecting us in court when we have received death threats, which have happened. They work on witness location. They also help when we are assisting the grand jury. They help with investigative and assistance needed there. I want to talk briefly about the workload in our office. Just in 2018, we reviewed 4,805 cases that were referred by different law enforcement agencies for prosecution. We filed on 84%. That's a high file rate, 84% of these cases. This was accomplished last year by 7 prosecutors, 2 DA investigators, and 7 support staff. And when I talk about those 7 prosecutors, that does include the elected district attorney and the assistant district attorney. If you break that down by caseload and you include myself in that count of prosecutors, that's an average yearly caseload of 577 cases per attorney. That is huge and unmatched in many district attorneys' offices across the state. In addition to that kind of a caseload, my office represented children in 730 hearings related to dependency in 2018 alone. When you just look at the amount of court hearings that the district attorney's office covered just this week, on Monday, we had 145 cases on in the local superior court, and you can see what Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and tomorrow look like. That's a total of 333 cases that my office is appearing on actively in court just this week. This does not include in-custody arraignments for new offenses, and it also does not include any additional cases that the court calendars and puts on. So do we have operational resource concerns? We absolutely do. I find this slide one of, again, our most compelling slides, because when we look at what our staffing levels were in 2006 and 7, we had 8 prosecutors and we are down to 7 now. We had 4 DA investigators and I'm down to 2 now. My support staff has stayed at the same number. However, I would like it known that we have reclassified 2 of those positions. Our front, what is now a senior office assistant, was an administrative assistant, which was a higher classification. We also had a senior legal clerk, which was just reclassified as a legal clerk, and so that position was downgraded. In addition, when we look at counties, and I try to pull counties that had similar or close to populations such as ours, when we look at Amador, this is just attorneys and staff. They have 28 between their investigators, attorneys, and support staff. We have, with a population of 39,383, we have 54,539 people in our community, and my staff is 16. When you look at Lake County and Tehama, who are just slightly bigger than us, they have 27 between their investigators, their prosecutors, and their support staff. We, again, have 16. And when you look at this personnel per capita, you can see that for every staff member of my office, between the attorneys, investigators, and support staff, we're serving 3,409 people in our community. And you compare that to the personnel in the other counties, I think that's staggering. So I think that Tuolumne County is getting a very good bang for its buck out of the Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office currently. So what have we done? These are just some headlines from the last few months. We have huge cases that happen in Tuolumne County. I tell people anything that happens in the big cities can happen here. We just don't have the same population, so you have it in less numbers. But as CAO Riggs mentioned, there's yearly changes coming out of Sacramento that impact public safety and impact duties and what the district attorney does. And so the Lucero case was a homicide that I tried in 2015, the fall of 2015, and she was convicted on all counts. She was sentenced to 50 years to life. She went up. The appeal was completely upheld on all levels, and I thought, I'm not going to hear about this case again. And then a Senate bill passed that said, well, we're going to allow judges to strike gun enhancements if they decide that they want to. So we're going to take that Lucero case. They sent it back to our court. This just happened a few weeks ago, and they allowed the judge to exercise discretion in striking our gun enhancement. So we had to prepare that case and, again, argue as to why it should be imposed, and we were ultimately successful. The Elton Reddick case was a homicide that occurred in Groveland last year. It was investigated by the sheriff's office. That trial I did in December of last year. He was convicted on all counts and sentenced to 68 years to life in prison. My elder abuse prosecutor, who's the assistant DA, Eric Hovater, has been working with the sheriff's office and has seen a huge increase in what we would call significant financial elder abuse cases. And just recently, we had a handyman who was arrested, and the loss from our 91-year-old victim exceeds $200,000. Those cases take a significant amount of time and resources to investigate and also to put together and prosecute. And the difficulty a lot of times with elder abuse is that we're on a time crunch because our victim is 91 years old. And so we have to get that moving. We have to investigate it quickly. We have to prosecute it because many times what has happened is our victim passes away before we can get the case through the system. And so we are to present today about this painful emotional restructuring that's to begin. And this is a headline out of our very own Democrat on July 31st. And so as we started to put this presentation together, we started to think about the things we've done. And I will say that every year we live within our means in the district attorney's office. We make every effort to absorb unforeseen costs. And what I mean by unforeseen costs is that it's really hard to predict often what any given day in the DA's office is going to look like, because we have no idea what's going to walk through our door on any given day. We could have a triple homicide. We could have a mass shooting. We could have a child aggravated sexual assault that results in a sentence of 450 years to life come in, and we don't know when that's going to happen. And some of the unforeseen costs, if you've been following the press, we don't know if a court's going to grant a motion to change venue, which will cause us to uproot and have to go to prosecute a case in another county. Since I've been the district attorney, we have never come back to the board at the end and asked for additional money. We sometimes have to hire expert witnesses that have to testify in homicides, that have to testify in child molest cases, and we try to predict those costs. And sometimes we get it right, and sometimes there's no way for us to predict that. But when those unforeseen costs happen, we get together, we find what can we do, and we say we never want to have to go back and ask for more money. We need to figure this out. And so we try our best. Some things that the public may not be aware of that we cover, for instance, every single driving under the influence blood draw that happens in Tuolumne County, the district attorney's office has to pay for that blood draw. It's approximately $150 a blood draw. That comes out of my budget. Every single sexual assault exam where a victim cooperates with law enforcement, that has to come out of my budget. I pay for those sexual assault exams, and they are a little over $500, and we've had 3 in the last month. Those are hard to predict. Those costs are hard to predict. But I absolutely would never want to turn around and say, I'm not paying for that. We're certainly paying for that. That's our responsibility. But those are some of the areas of the DA's budget that I'm not sure the public fully understands what and how we pay for things. So we have looked at improving efficiency. I spoke with my analyst, and one of the things that was driven home was you need to find ways to improve efficiency. And sometimes that's hard because sometimes I feel like we're just putting out fires. I'm not sure how we would be more efficient without more people. But we did do a time study, and we did identify some areas where we could do some reorganization and we could bill for services. And so some of the things we did is when my business manager came, I had my prior office manager retired, and then I went out and headhunted my business manager in the community and stole her from Jean Ellie and Polly after 16 years, and I don't feel bad about it. But I brought her over here, and I had her sit down, and I said, I don't think we're capturing everything that we can capture in our billing. And so she sat down and reached out to the state, and we looked at how we were billing in our dependency, and we saw things that we could bill for that we weren't billing for. And the same with our prison costs. She spoke with the prison representative about all of the prison prosecution we do, and there were things that we weren't billing for that we should be billing for. And so, as you can see, every year, and I won't forget, because I remember a couple of years ago, Supervisor Rotifer had a revenue committee, and he sat us down and he said, revenues, revenues, revenues. Our problem is revenues. You need to get your revenues up. And I thought, well, I'm not really a revenue generating department, but I want to look at what revenues do I have and how can I help this county? And so I came back and I said, we need to increase our revenues every year. And I am proud to say that we have done that. And we've done it quite substantially, because if you look, just in the last year, we increased our prison billing by $50,000 from the previous year. Now, I have an attorney that does those dependency cases. As I mentioned, that's the only non-mandated function I believe my office does. And we bill for that. It is a revenue generator. And it's a part-time attorney. The attorney that's on that assignment does the dependency cases and also the delinquent cases. So she does the juvenile prosecution, and then she represents children in the dependency proceedings. That position also carries a handful of felony trials. So we allocated that. If we were to stop doing dependency, it would be a half-time attorney. We ran that at a Deputy District Attorney 1 to show that the savings for that would be $46,285 if we stopped doing dependency work. However, as you can see, that generates more revenue than what it's costing, and that is why I'm not recommending that. The other part is our prison billing. we are mandated because it is a crime that's occurring within our jurisdiction. However, district attorneys have exercised their discretion in other counties when cut, and they have stepped up back and said either we're not going to prosecute misdemeanors or we're not going to prosecute prison crimes. But when cuts happen and the staff can't absorb it, we have to figure out ways that we can handle it. So if we were to step back and stop doing prison crimes, you can see that it takes about a full-time attorney to do all of the review, the filing, and prosecution of those crimes. The revenue that we brought in was in 17-18, 81,000, but we have seen a huge increase in prison crimes. I think the sheriff spoke earlier about the increase he's seeing in incidents in the jail, and it really gets back to who's sitting in state prison now is really the worst of the worst, because there's so many crimes, over 500, that were reclassified in our penal code after AB 109, where they serve their time locally now instead at the state prison level. So what's left in your state prison are serious and violent offenders. And what we've seen is they are not stopping committing crimes. In fact, we've seen it jump significantly, especially in the areas of violent crime. So we are prosecuting massive riots. I charged 9 inmates on a riot where another inmate almost suffered death and had to be drug out and metaflighted. We're seeing that all the time. Those are important because some of those inmates that are serving their prison sentence at Sierra Conservation Center, or say doing a sentence on robbery, they have 2 strikes, they beat somebody nearly to death, and we're charging them with assault causing great bodily injury, and we're putting them away for life out of a crime that came from the prison. So it's important work, it's significant work, and it brings in substantial revenue that we want to continue doing. Grant funds. I want to talk a little bit about my victim witness department. They have strived to identify grant funding and to bring that to our community so that we can provide that to victims of crime. My victim witness coordinator has made sure that there is a net zero cost to the county general fund for all of our victim witness grants, and we have several of them, which I'm going to talk to you about. We also, in this upcoming 1920, we were able to take a support staff position out of the DA side of the budget, reassign it to a grant, and we had to make sure that that was okay and make sure that we could do that, but we identified a way to do that. And so I'm going to show you the cost savings on that. So we've essentially eliminated a 1.0 FTE out of the DA budget and reassigned it. So here's just a snapshot of the grants that I'm proud about our department bringing in. And so Ginger's worked very hard. She secured a 3-year elder abuse grant that brought in $784,818. We also secured a child advocacy grant that brought in $175,000. A mass victimization grant, because the state is concerned that a mass casualty event can happen anywhere, that brought in $100,000, and then our victim witness yearly grant is $207,306. The grants are wonderful, and the problem is, as you know, grant funding has to be used for specific things and cannot be used for other things. And so we have managed to grow our victim witness advocate side of our office, which is super important because we are constitutionally mandated to provide services to victims. None of that grant funding can be used for prosecution, for investigation, or any staff time related to the prosecution side of the office. So we did the time study to identify that we have many victims that come in, and so we were able to use the grant position to help pay for our front office receptionist. But if law enforcement comes in to drop off reports, my legal clerks will now absorb the prosecution side, process those reports, and do those things, which is going to have an impact on them because we can't build out to the grant and pass audit. So we have to stay within our grants, and that's always something that we make sure we do because it's mandated. So the Victim Witness Unit has brought in $1.2 million to use for our community. They have done incredible outreach in the area of our elders, and I think that's part and parcel why we're seeing more elder abuse cases being reported. They've done amazing work with children with our child advocacy grant. We're certainly seeing the numbers of children's cases going up. And we are training our staff to be prepared for any mass victimization event that occurs in our community. My support staff, I cannot emphasize how important to the District Attorney's Office every member of the staff is. We have 5 legal assistants and a senior office assistant. The senior office assistant is the one I mentioned that we are reallocating to a grant fund. The 5 legal assistants cover 3 phone lines. They input all case information that comes in. They greet our visitors. They greet all law enforcement agencies who daily come in and deliver reports to our staff. Our subpoena clerk prepared 3,974 witness subpoenas in 2018 alone. In addition to preparing those, she has to ensure that these individuals are served their subpoenas, that they know when they need to be in court, that they have assistance if needed. We processed 4,805 cases. And this doesn't include out-of-county warrants, law enforcement reports. They process all law enforcement reports we receive, and they pulled 333 files just this week. They work on the supervision, administrative, and business support, as I included Rachel into that count. They are committed. Our support staff has an average length of service of 12 years. Our victim witness staff has an average length of 14 years. Our investigative staff has an average length of 7.5 years with a combined experience of 25 years of peace officer experience. And our prosecutors have an average combined service of almost 19 years. So I included this to try to talk about where we're going. And so a few more concerns we have as we enter into this next season. What cuts would do? Cuts to our department, and this is something I feel strongly about, but any significant cuts to our department is going to have an impact on public safety. It's also going to impact our justice partners, including the court, probation, the public defender, and all of those law enforcement agencies that you saw on that slide that we serve. When you think of 7 attorneys and you look at that slide and you look at all of the different law enforcement agencies that those 7 attorneys that include myself serve, it is staggering. If we are cut significantly, we will have to cut revenue generating work. It's going to have an impact on unforeseen costs in our department, which I may have to come back to the board for if all of a sudden we have an unforeseen cost that occurs. And for instance, if we have to pick up and try a case in another county, if we have a mass casualty event, if we have a horrible case against a child and we have to hire an expert witness. And it's going to have a significant impact on staff morale, burnout, and all of those items. Some of the recommendations and what we have tried to do, because in no uncertain terms do we not want to be part of the solution, but we have suffered cuts over the years, and back in 06 and 07 when we lost half of our investigative staff, we were told that those positions would be restored. Those positions have never been restored. And as you can see, we're operating over a decade later with the same amount of attorneys that we had back in 2006. I'm going on 15 years in the Tuolumne County District Attorney's Office, and I have never seen an attorney added to the District Attorney's Office. However, I have seen the District Attorney's responsibilities increase and increase and increase because of the changes in the things that are occurring through AB 109, Prop 47, Prop 57, and all of those other initiatives that are happening. So our recommendation that we did include is that we totally eliminate the senior office assistant position from the DA budget. We reallocate that to a grant-funded position with the understanding that if ultimately the grant funding goes away, we lose that position. Our staff, I think, has realized that the board did allocate an assistant to the department head. And when we did that reorganization a few months ago, we anticipated that victim witness grant funds would take 70% of that front senior office assistant position. The total savings is $55,440.47. However, we did, when we were building the 1920 budget, anticipate victim witness taking 70%. We're proposing that victim witness take all of it and that we eliminate another 30% out of the DA budget. So that completely takes that position out of the general fund. We also have eliminated all of our expendable equipment. We've looked at other areas. That's an area where we said we can eliminate $12,000 out of our expendable equipment. I cannot eliminate my professional services. I will not turn around and eliminate the money that pays for sexual assault exams and DUI blood draws. And we have a continued commitment to work with the CAO's office. You know, one of the things I mentioned to my analyst is I am working, and one of my goals is to take my office paperless. That could potentially save on legal support staff time. That kind of a fix doesn't happen overnight, and it's one area where we've been somewhat stalled in that we haven't had significant and secure IT access in our courts. I think with the building of the new court and the new Law and Justice Center, those issues are going to be fixed to where we could really operate on a paperless basis. That's going to save resources and potentially could eliminate a position in our support staff. But that's not an overnight fix. And so we have a continued commitment. We're constantly trying to think and work with ways to be more efficient. But this is what we've come up with for this session. We do have, I want you to, we have a short, less than a minute video because I think it's important that victims are heard and that the board sees the people that we serve. So we're going to play that quickly, and I have some final comments.
Whether it's a police officer or it's victim witness or the district attorney or your parents, you have to come clean. It sure makes the load a lot lighter to carry when you don't have to do it alone.
And it helped too with the DA, with Laura. She believed
well, it was
in her.
working earlier, so we're going to work on that, and I'll just go to my closing remarks. I heard Supervisor Chairman Rotifer mention yesterday that when another department was presenting that everyone is passionate about something. I'm passionate about victims. I'm passionate about this community, and my job is to protect the public. I intend
Whether it's
to
a
do
police
my
officer.
job. I will not stop protecting the public and fighting to protect the public. Supervisor Rotifer also mentioned that sometimes there's vacant positions and those are easy to take, but they have impacts. I have a vacant attorney position that's been vacant for a few months, but the impact if the board decides to take that attorney position for me will have significant impact on the revenues and on the services that we do for the public. I will not stop prosecuting misdemeanors. We want to talk about quality of life crimes. I'm not going to turn around to business owners and tell them it's okay for people to steal from you. I don't have the resources. I'm not going to file it. I will not do that. So if I am cut, those cuts are going to have to come from somewhere else, and I will not stop protecting this community that I love. That is my job. That is what the people elected me to do. So those cuts will have to come from areas that generate revenue. We have been cut. We want to be part of the solution. We are not a huge office, as you can see when you look at the staff and the personnel per capita of our population. We have been cut, and we haven't ever been fully restored in over a decade. When I have attorneys that are on vacation, which they're entitled to, and they very much deserve because they work very hard, I can hardly cover the courts. And I sometimes have to call the presiding judge and tell him, can you be patient and reshuffle some things because I'm at a position where I have 2 attorneys on vacation and I can barely cover all of the hearings that we need to do. I, as a district attorney, tried 6 trials last year, including a homicide, a 5-week trial against Dr. Anderson, a child abuse, and many others. And I do that because I try to relieve some of the pressure off my staff. But when I was trying to put this presentation together, I did 2 jury trials in the last 3 weeks. That took me out of my office for the entire week. I would love to be able to focus more on my administrative duties and be more involved in this process, but right now, I am in court almost every day prosecuting and trying to help my staff relieve the pressure. So I think, do we have the problem solved, or are we going to question? We don't know if the problem's solved. We're going to try it one more time.
It's victim witness or the district attorney or your parents.
Okay, that's okay.
You have to come
I think
clean.
we
It
can just
sure
move to
makes the
questions.
load a lot.
Okay. Board, Supervisor Gray?
No question, just a comment about what you're doing to recoup the money from the state. And I guess there is a question, is there any other things that we can go after that could possibly help with the revenue side of it?
You know, I'm constantly looking at that, and I do think, I was thinking about that. That's a wonderful question. I was thinking about that today and yesterday, and it's not something that hasn't crossed my mind. One of the areas that I know that we're not fully invested in doing is the consumer fraud and protection. And there is money from the state that we could get if we were investigating and actively more involved in prosecuting consumer fraud. I know there's real estate fraud happening. I know there's fraud all over this county. There's probably Medicare billing fraud happening. There's a lot of fraud happening. But many DA's offices have a consumer fraud protection unit. They have an investigator and they have an attorney, and that is their job, is to go after consumer fraud. That turns around a large amount of revenue that for the general fund. The problem is I would need additional staffing in order to do that. That's just one example that we would really like to participate in and be active in, but we are literally trying to put fires out. And so for us to try to expand in some of those areas, it becomes difficult with the staff we have. I know there's more that we could be looking for and doing.
I think it would be important to look at it from the standpoint of if there is a cost benefit. If we're going to get more money than what it's going to cost us, then certainly it'd be something to look at.
Yeah, definitely. And I would be happy to have those conversations.
Okay.
Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, I had a question kind of in the same vein. And first off, thank you very much. That was very eye-opening, the volume of work that you have to do to prosecute these cases. One of the things that you mentioned was the large number of cases that come out of the prison. Do you have an idea of what percentage of the cases that you prosecute involve defendants from the prison?
I think Rachel does have all of our stats, so I'm going to let her pull those up. Did we run it as a percentage or just number? No, just numbers. So I can give you numbers. So you saw our overall cases that we received. That's on a slide. It's a little over 4,800. And then when we look at numbers, and I'll tell you 2 banker's boxes of referred cases sitting in my office that I haven't yet filed on. So we had 71 individuals from the prison last year that we charged. That was 71 cases. And I can tell you that we expect to exceed that this year, and we've exceeded it every year. The year prior to that was 56. The year prior to that was 28. So you can see it's almost doubling.
And then you mentioned the efforts to retrieve more money from the state, via the prison, to do those kind of prosecutions. Do you feel that the amount of money that you've been able to get from that source offsets the cases that you have to prosecute out of the prison, or is it still kind of a deficit where Tuolumne County is having to step in and support, pay for essentially the prosecution of prison cases?
No, I feel that we are very fairly compensated. And they compensate, for instance, if I just assigned prison cases to one, that would be a full-time attorney if they just did prison cases, because there's a lot that goes into, we have to get all of their priors, we have to meet. A lot of these cases, even though it's 71 cases, it could have 9 defendants. Right? So I mentioned the one case with 9 defendants. That takes a significant amount of time. That's considered one case because I charge it in one document. So we don't count the number of people we charge, it's per case. So you can, in most prison cases, have multiple defendants on them. So I would equate that to a full-time attorney position. And if we run that as a DDA1, you're looking at approximately 96,000. And just last year, we brought in 150,000. So there is a substantial difference there that's being brought in. And like I say, we anticipate that increasing.
Okay.
So I think it pays for itself.
Good, all right.
And it's important.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I did want to mention also, that's just the revenue the district attorney side is bringing in. You heard from your public defender, Scott Gross, this morning, but his office is very often appointed to defend on those same cases because most people in prison are considered indigent and can't afford to hire counsel. So we're looking at our side. If we pull back, that's going to impact the revenues, which we're going to help him start. My business manager has offered to sit down and go through our billing practices with his department. That's going to impact the revenues on his side that will be coming into the county that I don't think have been, captured in the past as well as they will be going forward. So if all of a sudden the district attorney cuts down on prison cases, we're not only impacting the revenue that we're bringing in from our department, we're going to have a significant impact on the revenue that's coming in potentially from the public defender's department, who's appointed to represent those individuals.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
So the approximate average caseload 577, that's based on the 7 that you currently have?
Yes, which includes myself.
Okay, so if we were to drop 1 and go to 6, it would be, the math is the caseload would be 672.
Right.
So, okay. Court hearings for a week, 330 cases per week, 577 on average for a caseload. I'm looking, and Scott Gross isn't here, so I can't ask him, but how does this compare with public defender as far as workload, caseload?
Yeah, so the public defender does a very good job at what they do. The difference is that they're not appointed on all our cases. And so I don't think that Mr. Gross has spoken to caseloads, but I think I recall Mr. Price, and when he and I sat down and talked about numbers, it was approximately 1/3. So the public defender gets appointed on approximately about 1/3 of what the district attorney's office is. And so then the other portion is private counsel. Sometimes individuals don't seek counsel. They either represent themselves or they come to court and they indicate that they want to plead guilty. This happens more so in the misdemeanor unit. So not everybody utilizes the public defender's office. And so you can see that the district attorney's side is involved in about 3 times the amount of cases that would come out of the public defenders. And I would say his numbers go down in the conflict because I think they're approximately at any given time maybe appointed on about, and this is historically, 30 cases. At a given time they have 30 pending. So you can see there's a significant difference. And that goes back to morale of my staff. My staff works very hard, and the public defender's attorneys are paid. They're all paid the same amount. So when you have huge caseloads in one department that's not matched in another, and it's not to downplay the work they do, it's just that there's a difference in caseloads because they are not appointed on all of our cases.
So to answer it, you guys do care the numbers are heavier caseload?
Yes.
If you average it out? Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'll look up on that then.
Thank you.
Supervisor Brennan.
Supervisor Gray really got at my question. That's when I was looking at that chart with all of the different agencies that you're come through your office. Is there any opportunity? And you answered that to some degree. And so I guess that what I'd really like to do is thank you for the presentation. I think it was really informative. And I think these are informative for the public. And we have a sense, I think I have a sense of what your office is doing. But the level of detail, I think, was really well. And I know it's difficult. All of our department heads are incredibly busy. And I just really appreciate the time this takes from both your staff and yourself to put these together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask for public comment on this. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Cassandra Janicki, and I am a Deputy District Attorney in Laura's office. A little bit about me. I am your most senior deputy because I have been with this office for 4.5 years. And since I have been with this office, we have lost or had complete turnover twice at the Deputy District Attorney level. I would submit to you that that is a reflection of the workload. We have a retention problem, ladies and gentlemen, and the retention problem comes from the 572 cases. It comes from the 672 cases that we will have if this board decides to remove our open attorney position. It comes from doing our job and doing it well. Some other things that we do as attorneys in this office is not just our dependency cases, but those dependency cases are incredibly important, and I am the attorney who over the last 4 years has most often held that position. I've left it, I've come back to it, and that's because we have that open position. But those kids deserve our time, and those kids deserve to have zealous representation. Removal of that from our office, while it's not a constitutionally mandated requirement that we provide, would be a huge detriment to this community and to those children. Not included on the many justice partners that we served was animal control. Since I started at the Tuolumne County DA's office, that has also been my specialty filing assignment. And if you think what people do to children is terrible, you should see what they do to animals. That is another one of our justice partners that we value extensively. Now, caseloads are incredible at our office, and I just want to leave it with the caseload that our DA holds. It is unheard of that a DA would try 6 trials in a year as the elected official. She does that only because she has to. If you were to take an attorney position from us, you won't keep stellar attorneys because the only person that you're benefiting by training me is my future employer.
Thank you.
Chairman Rodefer and Board of Supervisors, T.Y. Atkins. I wasn't planning on speaking, but after sitting through what was shared, I can't help but come up here and as a citizen of the county and as a grandparent of future citizens, I just want to say thank you to the DA's office and their staff for the overwhelming amount of work that they contend with. And it concerns me a little bit, well, maybe more than a little bit, that staff was cut, but the workload has increased. And I want to commend the staff for their passion for what they do for the safety and well-being of our county. And I would just encourage the board to do whatever you can to not only maintain the staff, but creatively see what you can do to enhance it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Arthur Schmidt. I'm the owner of Sonora Grocery Outlet, and for the last 12 years, I've been a resident of Tuolumne County. 12 years ago, I probably had a couple arrests a month in my business. And going back to their workload, it just, in my business, I see the same thing. My arrests are sometimes 2 and 3 a day. And it's all misdemeanor, mostly, some felony stuff. But you can't cut that stuff out. Misdemeanors, they have to be prosecuted. I get subpoenas. I have 3 on my wall right now, all the time. In the 12 years, I've gone to court 1 time. That's how good they are. I give them the evidence, and they prosecute, and I don't go to court. I don't have to go to be a witness. It's cut and dry. They do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no other public comment, thank you very much. That was a very informative presentation, and I think not just for those of us that sit up here and have to make the tough choices, but I think probably more important for you, it was a very good presentation for our public, and so that they know the challenges that your office is facing. And thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, we're going to take 10 minutes. Okay, we'll come back at 2:50, and probation can go ahead and set up. Okay, we've got everybody back, so we'll go ahead and reconvene. And our final presenter today is our Chief Probation Officer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Rutherford, members of the board, CAO, Riggs, and county councils. So this is the probation department's presentation. Our mission is to serve the courts, protect the community, restore victims, and change lives. Your public safety appointments follow the natural flow of how someone ends up in our department. We know the victims of crime have had their lives changed and impacted forever, and no matter what we do, we can't change what happened, and often we can't make it better. So we're very passionate about our job, which is to prevent future victims. So how do we do this? We're the ears and eyes of the court. The courts rely on probation to provide as much unbiased information as possible so they can make an appropriate sentencing determination. And then we bring back to court when there's non-compliant issues. Accountability. We ensure persons under our supervision are following the directives of the court by providing swift and certain consequences. One of the things that we haven't been able to do is something called a flash incarceration. We haven't been able to do that because of our jail situation, so we are looking forward to being able to do that. We have to change lives, and that means changing criminal thinking and criminal behavior. We do this by conducting initial assessments to determine needs and barriers to success. We utilize evidence-based practices and programming, often through our day reporting center, and the jail has a similar program, the jail reentry program, where people in the jail can actually transition into our day reporting center. We establish relationships so that we can work effectively with offenders where they can say, hey, I need help. An example of where this relationship really made an impact was a few months ago. Our high-risk supervision team went out, I think it was on a probation search. When they got there, it started escalating. The situation started escalating. The high-risk supervision team is made up of sheriff personnel and probation officers. It's funded through your CCP, your Community Corrections Partnership funding. When they got out there, as it started escalating, there started to become a concern that this was going to be a suicide by cop situation. It was the probation officer that was there that had the relationship with that offender that was able to de-escalate that situation. The bottom line is everybody got to go home safe. We have strong partnerships. Our education is one of our most important pieces, and we all know that's huge for success. Tuolumne County is fortunate. We have a county schools that provides services that I have found unsurpassed. So we definitely appreciate their partnership. We also partnership with the Mother Lode Job Connection and the Greater Valley Conservation Center in the form of internship and work experience opportunities. We have community partnerships. The one thing that I can say about this community is they want to be part of the solution. They are here, they're ready to help, and we just have to open that door for them. Those coming out of prison or jail have a discharge plan to ensure they get plugged into services without delay, such as mental health or medical needs. Those coming out of prison often have limited resources and could be homeless. Through a pre-release video conferencing program that we have in place with the CDCR, Department of Corrections, we hold a video conference prior to release to identify any issues and to get a jump start on having services in place once the offender arrives in our county. The offender meets his assigned probation officer for the first time, and he may be introduced to, or they may be introduced to behavioral health staff. We have on-site behavioral health clinician that has proved to be invaluable, and that person is available for counseling or referrals or just to handhold to get them to the next step. So my name's Linda Downey. I'm the Chief Probation Officer. Next to me on my right is Assistant Chief Dan Hawks. He'll be doing part of the presentation. And my business manager, Amy Arndt, who has all of our numbers if there's questions on that. So services mandated by statute. Almost everything we do is mandated. Investigations and reports provided to the court with unbiased recommendations. Supervision in adult and juvenile felony offenders, supervision of. Care and custody of juvenile wards, including foster care placement and juvenile facility detentions and commitments. So in our mandated court services, we have 4 probation officers that are assigned to the investigation and court unit. They completed 652 reports this last year. These reports can be in excess of 20 pages. They provide unbiased sentencing analysis to the courts based on complex California sentencing laws, including jail and prison recommendations and custody credits. Our juvenile court unit and investigations unit, there's 2 probation officers assigned to that unit. They completed 152 reports. Some of those reports can exceed 50 pages. They're in-depth social reports identifying family strengths and needs to include basic needs, education, medical, dental, mental health, housing, transportation, and their support system. Both units perform initial risk assessment, including sex offender risk. They recommend rehabilitative treatment programs, and we currently, under Prop 63, advise the court of firearm restriction compliance. That is an unmandated, unfunded mandate. Supervision. We have 1,040 adults actively supervised by 7 probation officers on all court-ordered programs, including high-risk felony, realigned felony offenders previously supervised by the state. Those are your AB 109. Domestic violence, sex offense, drug offense, pretrial release, including electronic monitoring. Our high-risk, moderate to high-risk officers carry caseloads of 124. Generally, the recommended caseloads are no more than 70 per PO, and around 50 if you're doing evidence-based practices, which we do. Some of our offenders' demographics are mental illness coupled with substance abuse, lack of high school education, and poor job prospects. In the juvenile unit, as District Attorney Craig explained, it's handled a little bit different. All of the law enforcement reports come to us first, and then they're brought to the district attorney, to staff. This year, the juvenile unit reviewed 183 law enforcement referrals for 2018. That's an approximately 19% increase since 2017. They averaged, the supervision probation officers, which are 2, averaged between 60 and 75 juveniles supervised on probation. That could be informal, formal, deferred entry of judgment at any given time. For those youth placed in out-of-home placement, those are your foster care placements. All regulations followed by child welfare services are mandated, so we have to follow those same guidelines. I put this slide in because this is something that's coming down the pipe. It's also a goal that you've been hearing us talk about through the Community Corrections Partnership. It's the pretrial bail reform. SB 10 will appear on the ballot in November 2020, but regardless of that passage, there's going to be some form of bail reform due to pending case laws. Right now, there's approximately 70% of our jail inmates are unsentenced. This program is currently funded by the Community Corrections Partnership, your CCP. It relies heavily on the cooperation from your justice partners. Currently, today, we have 117 supervised on pretrial release. This includes 30 who are on electronic monitoring. It is my understanding there'll be some funding attached to this reform, but as CAO Riggs stated earlier, the funding is never enough. So we identified some non-mandated services, which we'll go into a little bit deeper later in the presentation, but it's certain court support services, work release in our community service programs, and the operation of our juvenile detention facility. So I am going to spend a little bit of time on the juvenile detention facility. It is always a hot topic. It's frustrating. Sometimes I wonder, people see this big building and they equate it to money and not realizing that we've had these costs all along. They've just been diverted into different places. So I would like to speak a little bit on the juvenile facility. And Supervisor Rutherford, you'll probably remember some of these slides. They're from that presentation that you and I and Superintendent Arndt did in May to the Juvenile Hall Work Group, CSAC Work Group. So I want to go back to the very beginning and talk about the county vision, which was better outcomes for our foothill youth. We wanted to keep our youth local. Before getting the juvenile facility, we were driving our kids 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours one way. Huge liability to the county. We've had a couple of youth. We had a little Houdini, a girl that managed to, at like 2 in the morning, get out of her restraints and kick the window out and throw herself out the window, tumbling across the highway. Thankfully, it was 2 in the morning. There was no cars on the road. We had poor outcomes, and the message we were sending to our youth and the message they were hearing and telling us was, you guys don't want us here. We also wanted to have more control over our services and programming. I did want to share an example of one youth. I just pulled one youth prior to the hall and just took a look at it. And this particular youth traveled 33 times round trip for court actions, totaling more than 9,000 miles. That equates to over 5,000 IRS rate mileage reimbursement and more than 400 staff hours, which equates to 10,000. The other difficult thing with sending our kids out of the county, if the court was at 8 a.m., we would have to have a driver on the road by 1 a.m. just to get here in time for an 8 o'clock court appearance. In inclement weather, that was not always good. We wanted to also avoid our out-of-home or our foster care placements when possible. Our placements were high. We were averaging 8 youth per year. I looked at the 4 years prior just to kind of give me a time frame. Our families didn't have the means or resources to travel. Our parents lost motivation to work on reunification. We also wanted to increase our academic success. Education is always disruptive when we pull a youth out of the community. We all know that education is key to our success. Our youth became further and further behind, and they lost interest and buy-in into the educational system. Records were difficult to maintain or to even retrieve. We wanted to address medical or mental health issues that were going untreated. Our youth when they're shipped out of our county, they couldn't form meaningful relationships. There was no continuity of care and no trust. And then finally, we wanted to work on ending the generational involvement in social systems, such as child welfare, public assistance, and graduating up into the adult criminal system. So why are we doing this? Treatment versus detention. We know prevention and treatment saves lives. We know that. We know prevention and treatment saves resources. We know prevention and treatment increases productivity, pro-social conduct, and community harmony. Just to look at our youth characteristics, our youth that come into the facility, they have a history of abuse, neglect, trauma, and out-of-home placement. They have a history of early drug and alcohol use. They have school credit deficiency and our specialized education needs. They have a history of suicidal and self-injurious behavior. They have early law enforcement interventions, poor parental supervision, absent parents, unstable living conditions, history of poor nutrition and medical care, and a disregard for community norms. Just a quick glance at the juvenile facility. We opened in April 2017. It is a 30-bed maximum occupancy. Again, it is only staffed to accommodate up to 16 youth. People say it's empty. It is not empty. We can only take up to 16 youth. We are averaging a daily population of 11 at this time. Since opening, we've had 184 bookings to include felony battery, burglary, threats, arson, possession of narcotics for sale, possession of deadly weapons. You can see in the last 6 months, we've had 22 out-of-county bookings, 13 from Amador, 7 from Calaveras, and 2 from Mariposa. The advantages of our facility, some of you have asked me about Governor Newsom's recent reform of the Department of Juvenile Justice, where he's proposing a move and a new name for the department. It's going to be called the Department of Youth and Community Restoration, and he will be moving it under the Health and Human Services Agency. That is supposed to be completed in July of 2020. He hasn't really shared the details of his plan, but what he has shared mirrors what we are doing in our facility, something that has been a vision for Tuolumne County for 20 years. So let's look at it. Small, home-like environment. Our definition of home-like is non-threatening and supportive environment. We want youth and family engagement. We provide one of the highest visitation opportunities in the state at 6 hours per week, as well as case by case. We don't limit it to just parents. We encourage any supportive adult the youth identifies and is assessed to be appropriate. We have coaches, teachers, neighbors, employers, counselors, mentors, etc. We had our youth recently that wanted to be part of the high school football team. Mike contacted the coach, and the coach started meeting with the youth in the facility to help him prepare for possibly trying out for the team once he's released. We believe in maintaining sibling connections, and we'll schedule individualized visitation to include young siblings. We do that on a case-by-case basis. So let's take a look at cost avoidance. I think that you've heard either from me before or the Human Services Agency Director, Ann Connolly, that costs of placement have increased under the continuum of care reform. So I looked at the 4 fiscal years prior to the hall opening, the facility opening, and we were averaging about 8 youth in foster care. And when I looked at our youth that end up in the foster care system usually have the higher rates associated with them. But when I translated those placement costs in today's dollars, it was over $1 million. Over $1 million to keep our 8 youth in foster care. 8 youth for a year, $1 million. Let's look at residential inpatient substance abuse treatment. It's currently $207 a day. at 60, that equals about $6,200 a month. Our average stay in the juvenile facility is 35 days. If a youth enters our facility and has a substance use issue, they are immediately provided evidence-based substance abuse treatment. Inpatient psychiatric treatment. We're talking about the involuntary holds under the Welfare and Institutions Code 5150. Average cost for 16 days is approximately $14,000. The atmosphere in our facility, the trust that's there, developed between the youth and the staff there, allows for a youth to walk up and say, hey, something's not quite right, I need help. And they do that. They ask for help. And so we're able to call behavioral health, get some people over, and get services, get that treatment started immediately. Our kid, our treatment. The sheriff talked earlier about how his deputies are stretched thin. Prior to the juvenile facility opening up, it would take, on an average, about 3 hours. 3 hours to process a youth. So you have a deputy sitting at the probation department for 3 hours waiting to get our youth processed because the probation officer has to get there. We have to find a bed. We have to make sure once we find the bed that we're got the right paperwork so that the arresting officer can fill out the correct probable cause form. Now, with the juvenile facility open, it's very streamlined, 15, 20 minutes. They're in and out. Officer can get the kid in and get back on his beat. Probation officer, same thing, ran into a lot of overtime costs. The other thing I wanted to point out about the foster care avoidance is we have not had any new placements in our since our facility opened. So we have not placed any youth in foster care since we've opened that facility. Families are engaged immediately, and services are started, and they are participating. I pulled the grand jury 2018-2019 report. I'm not going to read the conclusion. But what was interesting with this group, and I've been here 25 years, I've done a number of the grand jury investigations in one realm or another. This particular grand jury came in and they had two questions. They wanted to know, do we need a juvenile hall and can we afford it? And they didn't talk to me once. They came back several times. They would come and they would ask for information. I would provide them with the information, give them the documents. They would leave, they would go and they would ask some other experts, and then they'd come back with more questions. Their findings were, the Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Center appears to be saving the county money in the long term, and is good for the community by reducing county youth recidivism from 49% to 19%. Finding 2, the Tuolumne County volunteer community is heavily invested and committed to providing support and services for juvenile detainees. Our community volunteers are making our juveniles feel like they are part of this community. It's making a difference. I put this slide up. Every 5 years, Child Welfare Services and Probation has to go through a California Child and Family Services review. We went through ours in September 2018, last September. And the reviewer comes in and they meet with the youth and different foster care providers and various other people that are involved in a youth. And the youth can pretty much say whatever they want. This youth said something that really should get us thinking. He said, you shouldn't have to be on probation to get all the help they can give. I wish every kid who needed help could just get it from the juvenile hall. So we should not be looking at closing the juvenile hall. We should be looking at how can we bring these services to the youth that are not in that facility. How can we emulate what we're doing in the hall out in the community? This is a youth that had been in the foster care system. He'd been neglected, abused, and bullied in school. I thought he was pretty insightful. So I'm going to turn this over to Assistant Chief Dan Hawks, but before that, I would like to say probation is not unlike many of the department heads you've been hearing from these past couple of days. We have taken considerable cuts over the past 3 years. We have already done many of the suggestions given to us, such as reorganization of the department, downgrading positions that could be performed at a lower paying classification. We have no fluff, a term I think County Council Correa used yesterday. Our staff is stretched thin, and there is always the concern of burnout. We have a very dedicated staff, and they step up. They take on more and more and more. We have prepared 4 scenarios for you as requested for you to consider as you work through this difficult process. But like many of your departments, it's hard to recommend any of them.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the board, Ms. Riggs, County Council. It's my task to go over the 4 scenarios that we prepared and talk a little bit about how we can help resolve the county's general fund shortage. First off, let me start off by saying we are not a large or rich department. We have a operational budget of about $6 million. Less than half of that is funded by the general fund. We receive over half of our funding from primarily state-funded grants and other funding sources. So, and to reiterate what Chief Downey stated already.
Go ahead, keep talking.
Okay. To reiterate what Chief Downey stated already, we've over the years, at least over the last 5 years, beginning in fiscal year 14-15, I know we've constantly been eliminating positions.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Please do.
We do have a dignitary.
Okay.
And our Superior Court judge is here, and I believe he would like to make some comments. So out of deference to His Highness, his honor, we're going to let him do that.
Highness, wrong term. Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board, chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, County Administrative Officer, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Donald Segerstrom. I'm the presiding judge of the Tuolumne County Superior Court. I'm also the presiding judge of the Juvenile Court. I've all brought with me today Hector Gonzalez. If you haven't met Mr. Gonzalez, he is the new court executive officer. Hopefully you'll be able to get to know him as we become neighbors out on the new Law and Justice Center site. And I actually was asked by a number of department heads to come here and talk to you about some of the issues related to the criminal justice system. And I have to walk a fine line because a judge it's not proper for a judge to get involved in political questions. And some of the questions you have here are financial and political. I am permitted to talk to you about issues affecting the administration of justice. And so that's what I wanted to come and just say a few things to you about. I also did want to talk to you briefly about this particular issue that is in front of you now. The one thing I wanted to say about the administration of justice in general, which is what apparently you're looking at today, your public safety agencies. What you really need to think about is that you cannot view each agency as an individual unit, a self-sustaining or self-regulating unit where you can make a cut in this section and save money. because the criminal justice system, our system of justice as a whole, it's a system. And each agency plays a part in that system. And what happens is if you pull on a string over here, most of the time it has an unintended effect over there. I can give you a couple of examples that I'm thinking about, and I'm sure you've heard from your DA. I'm sure you've heard from the sheriff. So, for example, if the sheriff is saying, "Hey, if I take deputies off the street, I can't make arrests." Well, if the same is true if you have if you have enough deputies out to make arrests, but you take a prosecutor out of the office, there's nobody to prosecute that person. If you take somebody out of the jail, even if they get put into jail, they may not be able to serve their whole term in jail because you don't have enough staff to supervise them. Clearly, you have a very difficult task, but you need to look at it as holistically as you can. I mean, that's an overused phrase, but you need to look at it as a system. And what parts of the system are critical? And to the court, accountability is really critical. We work very hard. We work with probation. We work with the sheriff's office. We work with the district attorney. We work with the public defender's office to ensure that if a judgment is imposed, then that judgment gets executed. It really doesn't do us any good. It doesn't do the society any good. If somebody gets a penalty of, say, 120 days in the county jail, and they get sent to jail, and they walk out that night because there's not enough people in the jail to supervise them. So that's what I'm talking about, I guess I'd call it the law of unintended consequences, that you really need to think, and it's hard. I mean, I make changes in the court's calendar to try and think and streamline things and make things efficient for everyone. And there's always 9 or 10 things that come up. Well, we didn't think about that. We didn't think about that. We didn't think about that. So you really need to meet with your department heads. And I know that each one of them is going to be saying, hey, you can't do this, you can't do that. But you do have the one thing that you have working for you here in Tuolumne County, and I'll include myself in that we have working, is that you have an extraordinarily good working relationship currently between your agencies, between the sheriff's office, the defense bar, the prosecutor's office, the probation, the Community Corrections Partnership is a really good example of that, where we work together to try and present you with a budget that utilizes those AB 109 funds as well as we can, and we meet and collaboratively decide what's the best thing we can do and how can we make the compromises that work best for each agency and accomplish all our objectives as much as possible. So just be aware that when you're, saying, for example, you say, well, we don't need that deputy probation officer. What that means is that when somebody gets put on probation, that probationer may not get supervision. If you say we don't need that jailer, well, that means the person who goes to jail may not stay in jail. And what does that do for the mindset of the person who is, suffering that consequence or is being given that sentence? I'm immune. They said this was going to happen. It didn't happen. I can just do it again. So one of the primary functions of government is public safety, and you just have to be very cognizant of that. I recognize you have a very difficult situation in front of you. For a number of years, the court was in the same situation, being a state agency. Currently, our situation is a little bit better, but for many, many years, we had the same thing. We're down I think our workforce at the court is down 30% or something like that from when I first came on the bench, or when Judge DuTemple was the presiding judge. But there are things that we do in this community that are remarkable that I just have to, and one of them is the juvenile hall, and that's one of the reasons I'm here this afternoon is our juvenile hall, and Ms. Downey went through a number of the reasons that we built the juvenile hall, we being the county, I suppose, the county of Tuolumne, and being a citizen.
You get to be part of the county, Judge.
But the members of the board who were on the board at the time, that the juvenile hall was, the land was purchased, the plans were drawn, the idea was engendered, and the grant was obtained. This board had incredible foresight. I mean, you had a real vision, and you're just getting started. You're just getting started. I mean, it's been there 2 years, but you're just right at the very beginning. And it really is a model. It really is a model. As time goes on, and I know that when I talk to other judges and they see what we do, I talk to the judge in Mariposa, and they're, holy cow. What you guys do is so different than if we send our kids to Merced, or if we send our kids to Fresno. The services they get in your juvenile hall are so miles ahead of that. I mean, it's our juvenile hall is a model. And think back, she already mentioned it, to when we were sending our kids, we had to send our kids out of county. I sent kids as far away as Reading and Bakersfield for detention. I mean, they're out of reach of their family, they're out of, we can't control any kind of the services they get. Our juvenile hall performs an extraordinary function in our community. One of the problems with it is that because juvenile proceedings are confidential, nobody sees it. Nobody sees it. I know that recently we had a graduation at the juvenile hall, and I actually stood in for Supervisor Kirk because of a mix-up in the dates. But if you get a chance to go again, and you get to, because I was the keynote speaker, I wasn't expecting to be, you were supposed to be the keynote speaker. Take that opportunity.
It was my fault.
Well, I wasn't going to throw anybody under the bus. But nevertheless, you need to go. You need to go. You need to see what happens. And that particular young person, there was no way that young person was going to graduate from high school absent what happened in the juvenile hall. And, I mean, here we are in a locked facility, and it was one of the more joyous and uplifting ceremonies I've been involved in. I try to go to every one I can because it's just a really, really good thing. So I guess on that point I'm advocating because I do think that it is an incredibly useful program. In terms of impacts that you're going to make here, any decisions you make in terms of impacts on the court, there will be impacts. There's no way about it. I mean, if, for example, you decide, the DA doesn't need needs one less prosecutor, or the public defender needs one less attorney, that's going to impact what we do. Because even now, because they're stretched so thin, we spend a lot of time sitting around waiting for attorneys to be here because they got to be in another department. So we're trying to we have to work with them to organize our calendars to meet their schedules so that they're not going from different department to different department, and we have to sit around and wait for them. So as I say, it's just an example that it's a system. It's not individual departments, and you can't just say, well, we're going to take 10% off that department. You have to look at it as a whole and really think about and ask everybody involved, what is this going to mean to other people, to the other departments that are involved? Because there will be impacts, but everybody, all of your leaders, all of your department heads are really, really good people. And they work really, really hard. And they will work with what you give them. But I guess my caution to you is look at the system as a whole. And I've said that now about 12 times, so I'll stop. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions of our presiding judge? I just want to, did you want to ask?
It's a good opportunity. Not too often you can ask the judge a question.
There you go.
I may not be able to answer Supervisor Gray, but you go ahead.
Sometimes I get a little emotional about this whole juvenile thing because I was part of a transfer for a juvenile down to Woodland, and in the beginning I wasn't so positive about the juvenile facility, and having to go through that, and then Presiding Judge Drew Temple giving me the opportunity to sit in on one of the cases. It really changed my mind. I guess my question, and you kind of answered it, is how much further ahead are we today than we were, say, 6 or 7 years ago in our process?
To me, we're miles ahead. I mean, we're just getting started with the programs, but what has amazed me, and it's been really gratifying, is the outpouring of community support. And the connection that we've never been able to have before between your behavioral health department and our juveniles. That's huge. That's huge because a lot of the kids going into the hall are there because they have behavioral health issues. And a lot of them are untreated. And that's why they were acting out, and that's why they got in trouble. And if we were shipping them off to Bakersfield, they don't have any reason to treat our kids. They're warehousing them. And the fact that we actually had a clinician in the hall is incredible. I mean, it's so the short answer to your question is, in my opinion, we're miles ahead of where we were.
Thank you.
Your Honor, thank you very much. It's always good to hear your opinions, but in this particular case, I think you put things in a perspective that is a very important one. And I just want to say that I think our county, I want to echo your comments from our perspective on our law and justice partnership and everything, and the court's a part of that, and it's a really important part of that. And we have a great relationship with the courts, and I want to thank you for that. But mostly today, I want to thank you for taking your very valuable time and coming and sharing your perspectives. I think it's very important, not just for this board, but for our public as well. So thank you, sir.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
You're welcome.
All right. No other questions?
I guess I need to do this for the Brown Act. Does any member of the public want to? This is not open season for the entire thing, just for the judge before he leaves. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I'm sorry for interrupting you, but he's priority.
Yes, he is.
Thank you, Judge.
Appreciate that. Just to get back into where we were, we're not a large department. We have about an operational budget of about $6 million, over half of which is non-county general fund. We also have numerous mandates that we have to meet. We took this exercise very seriously. We spent a lot of time over it, and I just will say that all 4 of our proposals are providing some measure of cost savings to the county. So up until our recommended, actually, it provides some level of savings. And we'll start with the greatest savings and the most extreme measure of cuts in terms of proposals to consider. And The first proposal would be looking at eliminating all of our non-mandated services. I would consider this to be the nuclear option. By the way, we did appreciate to some extent this process because it did allow us to really examine fully what we do and how we do it, and just give us another opportunity to see if we can't economize and save money or provide some measure of savings. So if we adopt a minimum mandate service level, the non-mandated services we supply that we identified would be our work release program and our community service program, and we would eliminate those programs because they are not mandated, and typically they're not run by the probation department in most counties, but our county does run them. So there's certainly no mandate that we provide that service to the county. We would have to give up the revenues associated with those programs. But if we eliminated, based on the exercise we were instructed to do, we would cut those. That would be the equivalent of 3 full-time positions. We would eliminate non-mandated court services that we supply. We estimate that we can eliminate 2 FDA positions with that. And then, of course, it would include resuming the old way of doing business that we did previous to the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility being open. To do that, we would have to eliminate 12 full-time equivalent positions, and we would go back to providing the minimum level of care that we provided and providing those services outside the county. So if we implemented that plan, we could generate approximately $1 million in savings. $1.1 million in savings is what our business manager projects.
Before you go on, can I ask you a specific question to that?
Yes, sir.
Does that include the any costs associated with not utilizing the facility as per our?
No, and I'm going to go into just some potential ramifications and things to consider.
I'll wait
and
then.
that is listed in there.
Okay, I'll wait
one
then.
of the things. So first off, let me focus on the court-related services. One of the challenges with this exercise is that primarily cost savings can only be realized by eliminating staff positions. We're primarily built upon staff. We don't have a lot of costly services or expenses other than staff. So the process helped us identify some things that we do that are not mandated by code. Those being pretrial diversion, formerly DEJ, PC 1000 program. And now let me state that the county is mandated, the court is mandated to provide this service. And what it is it was originally a first-time offender drug diversion program. It allowed offenders to take advantage of treatment services and then have their charges dismissed without ever suffering any kind of negative consequences in terms of a conviction or jail time or anything like that. It's sort of evolved over time. The state has expanded the eligibility criteria, so now it's not just first-time offenders, drug offenders that are participating, but other offenders as well. Last year, we completed 125 deferred entry of judgment reports. And we currently supervise 91 deferred entry of judgment cases. And I'm sorry, I'm calling it deferred entry of judgment. It was actually renamed pretrial diversion by the legislature in 2018. So I revert back to the old language. Another service that we're providing is Prop 36 referrals, which is, again, another drug and alcohol treatment program that is mandated by code for offenders. And we're not mandated to provide the supervision, and since the revision under Prop 47 or conversion of most drug felonies to misdemeanors, it's not something we're mandated to supervise. We do have a mandate to supervise felons on probation. We do not have a mandate to supervise misdemeanors.
with the exception of domestic violence offenders. So I actually sent out a survey request to all county probation departments to inquire which agencies are still providing these services throughout the state. We had 23 counties respond, and about 30% of county probation departments are still supplying these services. So it wouldn't be out of line for us to eliminate the services we supply in those areas. In order to still reach a full-time equivalent position, as we mentioned previously, we have 4 probation officers assigned to the court division. We have 2 assigned to court services for the juvenile. So those 6 deputy probation officers completed 800 reports in the last year. So they also made appearances in various calendars. Every day of the week, we have probation officers, court officers appearing on our reports. So sometimes we have multiple probation officers appearing in different court calendars. So we would have to limit our ability to be present for those hearings, reduce it to just certain circumstances. But given cutbacks, I think we could, working with the court, eliminate the number of officers assigned. If our officers are present in court, then they're not able to write reports. And so we would have to pull back on that. I think it would cause some system impacts. I think that we're there for a reason. We supply pertinent information. We update information on the reports. So we can expect delays and problems with that. But in keeping with this, we would have to, in order not to burn out staff, we would have to eliminate a certain number of services, and that's one way of going about it. Another thing, let me just back up a little bit. In looking at paring down services, one thing we did recognize right away is that we could not eliminate or reduce the supervision services we're supplying. The only services we really could supply would be on the court end of things. As Chief Downey mentioned, we have caseloads of 124 to 1 for our moderate to high-risk felony offenders. Those aren't good levels. We've been working to lower and reduce those levels. We think that this does potentially put the community at risk. Our evidence-based practices work because we hold offenders accountable. We channel them into treatment services and we react to their noncompliance immediately. It's not always that they go back to jail or prison, but there's always a consequence for noncompliance, and that's how we change behavior. So what we identified right away is that really we could not eliminate any of our supervision services. But that being said, the reports, when they're ordered by the court, have rapid turnaround times frequently. And so when you have a deadline, you tend to focus on getting that deadline accomplished, and we're always at risk of jeopardizing our better work, our more public safety intensive work in terms of supervision when we are faced with those kinds of mandates. So we'd absolutely have to find a way to implement these reductions in services. And I do believe that reduction in services wouldn't necessarily be a great thing. Like the court said, or Judge Sagerstrom stated, they rely on us for accountability. The justice system needs to make sense. And a big part of the services we supply in terms of reports and accountability, it matters too for our DEJ offenders. Right now, we provide drug testing services for these people participating in the drug programs. If these were turned over to just a treatment provider, there would not necessarily be anybody measuring compliance or presenting that information back to the court when they're failing. We also implement all of these offenders in our DOJ CLETS SRF system. So officers on the street, when they encounter somebody that is supervised by probation, they will be aware of what their terms and conditions are. If they have search conditions, they can search them. If they have test conditions, they can test them. And also, when they have law enforcement contact, that information gets reported back to the probation officer,
And so it would be a follow-up for the probation officer if one of his offenders is out on the street doing something he's not supposed to be doing. So that would be lost, and I think that would be a significant loss, but it is something other counties have already given up, and it is a reasonable cut if that's what the board saw fit to cut. Moving on to impacts for adult alternatives to detention. Let me just start by saying that Tuolumne County is unique in that the probation department, runs all of the alternative sentencing programs. It's more common for the sheriff to run these programs, and when we've looked into the possibility of having them take over some component of it, the main reason we've kept it is because we could do it at a lesser cost. And I think we're doing a valuable job with that as it stands. So primarily, if we can provide the service for less, we will do that. And many of these services, the alternatives to detention programs, provide punishments and consequences to those offenders who aren't felony offenders. As you know, AB 109 realigned many state offenders to the county jail. Currently, our county jail is primarily a felony jail. So when misdemeanors are sentenced, there needs to be other sentencing options available to the court. The system needs to make sense, as the judge said. And the most utilized alternative program for sentencing in our county for misdemeanors is work release. Work release does very valuable service for the county. It's a cost-efficient program. We cover the cost through AB 109. We also actually generate revenue. Offenders pay fees to participate in the program, and those fees go back into the AB 109 account and pay for the cost of equipment and things like that. In addition to that, our work release program has been co-located at the facilities department, and they work very closely with facilities manager Ed Hogue, as he mentioned. They rely heavily on the services that are supplied by our work release crews. We estimate roughly $114,000 in savings for the county based on work release crews providing the services and not having facilities staff having to perform those same duties. We also know that in the last year we had 12,180 hours of community service work that were completed for nonprofit organizations through our work release program. So eliminating this program really would make no sense, but it is something, if we were going to cut out all non-mandated services, it is something that we would lose. Moving on. And so looking at the juvenile facility, just to briefly state that Welfare and Institutions Code, just so everyone's clear, mandates under 850, Section 850, that the Board of Supervisors are responsible for paying the cost of the care and support of juvenile wards in detention. So by eliminating the facility, we'll still have the burden to pay for the housing costs of our juveniles. So we could accomplish that for cheaper. We would go back to doing things as we did before. But let me talk about just briefly some of the ramifications. As Chair Rutherford pointed out, one of the biggest issues, and I'm sure County Counsel Ms. Carrillo could speak more to this, when we agreed to the grant under SB 81, there was a $16 million bond that funded the construction costs, and presumably that bond would be repaid by the county, or that's my understanding. So that is something to consider when we walk away from the juvenile facility, or if that is something we decide to do. That is a significant cost.
Can I ask County Counsel to be real specific on that?
Sure. So the county entered into contracts with the state for the operation of the juvenile hall. The state issued bonds in order to fund the juvenile hall. And the contracts that the county has with the state basically say that the county is liable if, and cannot unilaterally decide not to operate the juvenile hall. So there are several actions the county would need to take if it decides it wants to move in direction of not operating the juvenile hall. But you would have to get state permission, determine if there is another use, and one of the biggest things would be determining whatever that new use is consistent with the bonds that were issued, because they're tax exempt. So we would have to hire bond counsel to give an opinion to the state that whatever this new use is consistent with the bonds. It doesn't change the terms of the bonds that were issued.
Thank you. Continue.
Thank you. So if we eliminated the juvenile detention facility cost center, we would need to still fund an additional $620,000 back into the probation cost center in order to provide the same detention services that we're currently providing or would be required to provide for our youth in custody. We could also expect that there would be a return to the high out-of-home placement rate. Previously, we had 8 juveniles in custody or 8 juveniles in out-of-home placement, and those juvenile placements are very expensive, as Ms. Downey pointed out. And although that would not necessarily come directly out of that budget, there is the possibility that some portion of that cost would be borne by the general fund. So it would be irresponsible to look at costs in addition up to $1 million annually that potentially would be borne by another agency within the general fund. That's another thing to consider. We also know that the juvenile court is required when adjudicating juveniles to focus primarily on the rehabilitation of the minor. That is the key issue that they're looking at. It's different from the adult side of things. And when they are looking at that, they need to take into consideration the need for substance abuse and mental health treatment. We have a distinct lack of those services available to our youth in this county. There are no group home placements. There are no short-term residential treatment placements. There are no mental health placements available to our youth. So we would be looking to place youth outside the county on a more regular basis to supply those services. Currently, our court feels very comfortable with the level of treatment that our youth receive in the juvenile facility, and we are saving those costs right now internally. So just other issues in addition to the monetary issues to take into consideration: the lack of treatment services readily available to youth and families, the lack of accountability. Oftentimes our ability to deal with delinquent youth was predicated on having a bed space available in another county. There were often times where we would get on the phone and beg and plead for them to take our kid. We'd start with a list and just go down the list and try to find a facility once our bed space was maxed out in one location, just so we could put that kid in juvenile detention. We saw a distinct increase in criminal sophistication, including gang activity, previously when we housed our youth in facilities where that was normal. And, I think we could expect the same sort of thing. It had a negative impact on our youth. It increased their criminal sophistication, the violent nature of their crimes, and it was something that was learned and picked up in those juvenile facilities. We are very fortunate that we do not have those issues now. I think that you would expect to see an increased recidivism rate, and the likelihood, if we return back to the old way of doing business, where we had youth that were not receiving the services they needed initially, and then they would directly enter the adult system as soon as they turned 18, and that was pretty common for the youth that we dealt with. So, next alternative. and this will get a little bit easier because some of these are repetitive and I won't go into great detail on each of them. The next alternative we offer would be the closure of the juvenile facility, a reduction in the court services as recommended or suggested previously, but that we maintain the work release and community service programs. At the very least, we see no reason why we would give up a great and effective treatment program or
alternative sentencing program like work release. It provides great service to the county, provides great service to our offenders, and it makes sense to keep that program running. It's self-sufficient. We previously eliminated positions that were general fund supported to run that program. So right now we just have 2 staff that run our work release program. It makes sense to keep that program running if we were still looking at trying to cut other costs. So even though it's not mandated, we would recommend that the court restore that. Not court, I'm sorry, board.
Okay, I'm going to ask my question again because I still don't have the answer yet. That 1.07 million and all the other numbers you put up there on the other slides, does that assume that we do not have to pay back?
Yes.
Okay, so if we had to pay back, we would
Right. This is just
possibly actually cost us money,
Correct.
depending on what the payback is. Thank you.
Yeah, we just looked at what our operational budget would be. So that's what the savings reflects. Okay, so next alternative. Something. Would be a reduction in the court services for the non-mandated services, but maintain the juvenile facility and restore work release. And this would also, what we looked at is another cost savings that we could realize for the county by reorganizing internally. Now this would be contingent upon expected retirements. So we have 1 staff expected to retire, and we think that we could make this transition, and it makes sense to make this transition, and it would realize even more savings. But if this measure, eliminating court services, non-mandated court services, and internal reorganization, and continuing the juvenile facility, continuing work release, would realize potentially $210,000 in general fund savings for the county. And our final and recommended budget option for the county would be to implement just the reorganization based on an expected retirement and keeping all other services as is. This alone would provide an annual savings of $50,000 to $60,000. So this is what we recommend. Again, we think that although not mandated by code, the services we do supply in the court services programs provide meaning and accountability for drug offenders. We think it's important that when an offender is granted an opportunity to complete a drug treatment program, that he actually be successful in that treatment and that there be some accountability for it. So, you know, and that it works all the way up the line. I think that, you know, whenever there is a punishment, there needs to be some enforcement measure, and that's often what probation does, is provide that enforcement measure. So, you know, ideally, we'd recommend no reduction other than this internal realignment or reorganization, which would save $50,000 to $60,000. Just to recap, part of what made this process very difficult for us is we are very lean. We've already implemented a number of cost reductions over the last few years. Last year, we eliminated, well, let me start with 2016, since that's the first on the list here. We reorganized our department internally. We eliminated 1 position, and we realized a savings of $80,000 that year for the county. It's ongoing savings. The following year, we eliminated 2 work release coordinator positions. Those were the ones that were exposed to the general fund and supported by the general fund. The remaining positions are now funded by CCP only. So these 2 positions resulted in $127,000 annual savings for the county, and that's ongoing savings. We also eliminated our lease for the adult day reporting center. We were able to save the county $57,000 annually by implementing that measure. We utilized an existing county building to supply our treatment services.
and we co-located the work release program with county facilities since they work so closely together. And that's been working very well. Previously, we eliminated our part-time salaries. This is another concern or issue. I know that Chief Pulley brought it up. We relied on 3 retired annuitants to supply a number of services for our department. They provided coverage when we had people out on medical or people when they were in training. And so they were a very valuable asset because we could plug them in to have them complete reports. We had one that was doing our background investigations. And all of those duties and relief that was provided from that staff's been lost. It did provide a savings to the county in the amount of $45,000, but it also leaves us bare thin in terms of how we deal with, medical issues and staff going out on leave, long-term leave. But it also leaves us in a position where we really can't cut without cutting services. So we also converted 2 juvenile correctional officer positions to probation aides. I don't know the exact amount of savings that provided, but I know it was significant. These were sworn peace officer positions in the juvenile facility that we were able to convert over to probation aides as non-sworn, paid less, not as good retirement benefits. There should be significant savings there for the county, but we were able to use them in the juvenile facility. It limited their usefulness, but we were able to adjust to that. It was difficult, but again, we did it to save the county money. So, and we've been successful with that. So just to bring that up, and I'll turn it over back to Chief Downey.
I just have a couple of closing remarks. I just want to point out that what we're seeing, and Dan and I both have been with the county for a long enough time that we've watched that pendulum swing back and forth a couple times. And what we've noticed is the population we serve have better outcomes when they stay local and they participate in local services. I also want to point out that probation supervised offenders are consistently more successful than the statewide average, which recently resulted in the county, through the Community Correction Partnership, receiving an additional $580,000 in realignment growth funding. That's not going to be an ongoing amount. We typically receive between $120,000 and $140,000. I think we received $180,000 one year, but that's going to help us cover some county costs. We haven't met to discuss what we'll be recommending as a partnership, but that probably will be coming to your board sometime soon. Both probation and the juvenile facility continue to be recognized around the state as a small county adhering to evidence-based practices which produce effective results. Done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions of the board? You do? Go ahead.
I'll just start. I was trying to get my thoughts together, but I'll just start at the beginning. I have a couple on page. It's on page 4, or where are we at? Page 6, and it's under the slide juvenile facility at a glance. I'll give you a second just to.
What slide?
Well, it's on my handout. It's page 6, but the title of it is juvenile facility at a glance.
Got it.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Cool. So I just want to get a few things clear. The average daily population in 2009 was 11, and then 184 bookings. Did I hear it say since opening, 184 bookings this?
184 since opening.
Since opening,
That's
okay.
a running total.
And then farther down it says 22 of the county bookings in the last 6 months. How many do we know what the number is for our county in those 6 months by chance?
No, but I will find out for you.
Okay.
I was trying to think of everything you'd asked. So,
Well, and the hard part about this whole process is we're up here and we get these handouts and we have, we have no time to review them. So I'm trying to collect my thoughts.
So you want 6 months of ours?
Yeah, and the reason why I say that is, I hear the judge say how great this hall is, and I've been there. I used to be a probation officer. I've been at Merced Hall. I know this is a better hall. I know you guys are providing better services. And my question is, and I know we've had discussions about this, but it's real important for my constituents to know, and And as we discuss this process moving forward, our residents are subsidizing other counties and other counties' youth. And so they're coming here using our services, getting this great service, and yet they're paying $100 a night while we're flipping the bill for their kids. And so I just kind of want to look at that number. And I believe there's been discussion about that with these other counties. And so,
It's an ongoing issue.
And if they didn't utilize our facility, where would they go?
These ones right here would probably go to El Dorado, maybe Nevada.
But they choose to come to us.
I thought El Dorado was closing theirs.
They have two facilities. They closed one, and then they have the one up in Lake Tahoe, I think, that they've kept open while they're refurbishing the one in Placerville.
But they choose to use our facility.
Calaveras?
I mean, but they're choosing to use our,
You know what, this is actually picking up. We haven't had a lot of participation. We did have the Amador County Superior Court judge and a few people from there. I think they had a board member and their Juvenile Justice Commission chair come and tour, and they were very impressed with what they saw. So
would you say on average they're using our facility more than others?
I would say Amador is using ours exclusively. And Mariposa probably.
Okay. And then the next page on cost avoidance, it talks about, we're saving over $1 million in today's foster care, which is great, but unfortunately that $1 million that we're saving is not coming out of this fund. It's health and what is the fund?
It comes out of HSA.
Social services. So we're help.
Yeah. Well, but you'll hear, I think you will be hearing from Ann Connolly. I think she's going to do a presentation.
Okay.
And you'll hear how that is impacting her budget and how she's not able to provide some of her services. And I think I've heard her say that it's eventually going to get to the point where she's going to be coming to the general fund to be asking.
Okay. Just getting some clarification. Let's see if there's anything else. Oh, on page 8, I think I only have one or two more, so don't stress. On the findings, where we talk about recidivism.
Yes.
I'm just, because I work in a prison,
Where I got that?
Where'd you get that? But then also, is this? Well, go ahead. Explain that part first.
So that was one of the questions that the grand jury asked was, do you have any way to see how we're doing? We were only open 2 years. So what I did, and as we go further and further down the line, that could definitely change. But what I looked at was the 2 years prior to opening the facility, when our kids had to be creative, where our kids were being sent out of the county, and then our county kids. So I looked at, did they commit a new offense after leaving the facility?
Okay.
So those that were out of county committed new offenses, 49%.
49%. So this is basically it is for the 4, but for the 2 years of so they come to our facility, and 19%.
Yes.
That is what it's dropped to for our facility. Okay. And let me see if there's anything else. No, you're off the hook.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chairman Rodefer. Thank you for that presentation. I'm going to kind of follow the same vein here. So your average daily population in 2019 is 11 juvenile inmates in the facility. Is that that's the average you expect to see throughout the entire year? There's more or less 11 at any given.
It changes on a daily basis.
But the average is 11.
Up until.
What's the daily cost per juvenile inmate to the county?
That's also a tough one because that fluctuates as well as when it depends on how many youth are in the facility. But I think I sent you all the BSCC published a detention, I didn't bring it, a detention report, and the cost, and it listed all of the juvenile halls in the state. And we were actually doing quite well. I think it cited us at $542 a day.
And then, so between Amador, Calaveras, and Mariposa, what's the average that they reimburse Tuolumne County for the juveniles that they send to our facility?
It's $100 a day.
And then what's the total cost if you take everything, the lights, the staffing, the food, toilet paper, pens and Post-its, what's the total cost to operate the juvenile facility? And if you don't have this, that's fine.
I don't.
I'm just throwing, to operate the juvenile facility for a year.
Well, I don't have, you want the entire, like the lights and. Okay, well, you can go ahead and answer it. You're my.
I'm sorry to throw out a.
I mean, if
I'm not
you-
trying to throw a curveball. I'm trying to get a better understanding of the different parts of this.
Getting all of the, costs that you want.
Yeah. So our expense budget does include utilities and including electricity, water, sewer, all that. And so the total actual expenses as of Monday, there might be a few little things that come, but most of our revenue we receive, most of our expenses we've made, and we're about done. So the actual expense was 1.53 million, and then our actual revenue was 235,000. So we're at about 1.3 million in expense minus revenue actuals for last year. And the vast majority of that, of course, is in salaries and benefits. And so that's where you would see in those extreme scenarios, that's, if you laid off those people, then that's how you would show that savings.
Yeah. Is that the number that you use to establish the daily cost per juvenile? Or I'm just kind of wondering where is that?
So what we've found, there have been various surveys, informal generally, and so counties can have the leeway to calculate it. Some counties, the ones that show very low cost per youth per day, are the ones that calculate at their maximum facility capacity. The ones that show higher cost are calculating based on their average daily population, which is generally lower than the most than they could possibly hold. So there's a wide range, and counties calculate differently.
So it matters whether or not, you still have costs even if you have 6 inmates versus 11 or
Sure.
versus
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if you're dividing your total cost by, in our case, 16, the number we are able to staff versus our average population of 11, that number changes.
Okay.
And so it appears more expensive or cheaper depending on how you calculate it.
Okay. That's a number that I'm kind of interested in finding out. If we just take the juvenile facility as its own entity, what is the total yearly operating cost?
Some of these numbers, I think, that our CAO can bring back. You want to?
Well, yeah, what I was just going to say, if you take the net county cost and divide it by the number of days in a year it's open, which is 24/7, you could get to about a $4,400 per day, which does not include overhead from your chief probation officer or assistant chief probation officer. But they have essentially a fixed cost most of the time. And then it would depend on the per child how many kids were actually in the hall for that day. So if you had 16 at maximum, it'd be about $300 per day. If you only have 11, it's more around $400 or so per day. Again, those numbers don't reflect the higher administration that's not in the juvenile hall.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan.
Thank you. Some of my questions are kind of along the same track, so bear with me for just a minute. First, I really want to thank you for a good presentation. We've been having this conversation for some time, Linda, about how we can recover some of the cost and get some of the, because we are recognized as doing, as the judge said, I think, an exceptional job. And so how, for some of the services, how can we recover some of the cost? But my question is really around, again, if we go back to those averages, and you staff for up to 16, but that staffing would say the same if it was between, give me the low side, one? Okay, which was what I thought. So that staffing is the same from 1 to 16. And so we find ourselves, if we're, unless we were having, I think, Tuolumne County population being in that 13, 14 number, it becomes almost a, for lack of a better word, let's make a deal to kind of help subsidize that $100 a day is not nearly covering the expense, but basically it's adding to a pot of money because the staffing doesn't change the overhead. We may change the numbers if we're dividing it out over a larger number, but basically that cost is incurred irregardless if it's between 1 and 16. Am I correct? Okay. So for me, I really, and this is a job for us, is how do we get at some level of cost recovery for the services that the state, our society, everyone is saying that is the way we want to go to do these wraparound services. How do we recover some of the costs associated with those? So not this conversation, so I'm not going to keep going down that rabbit hole.
But that is one of the challenges we face, is that other counties are doing the same thing or even at a lower level. And it's basically offering a subsidized, bed for different counties in order to recover at least some cost. But it's not right.
Okay. One of the things I am interested in pursuing, if we go down the path of keeping that facility open, is I really want to pursue at the state level, okay, a new statewide approach to these facilities. They really are regional facilities. If that means we need to form a JPA in order to get some more recovery of our costs, then that's fine. I'm okay with that. We can talk about how we would do that. But I think full recovery of costs is an important thing, or at least as close to full recovery of costs as we can. So not a discussion item for the budget per se, but it is something that we really want to follow up with. And CAO Riggs and I have had that discussion a couple of times. We're going to have that discussion a couple more times, I'm sure. So, but I do think that that's important. It's just not fair that we're bearing the brunt of other people's mandates. So, having said that, I'm going to ask for public comment on this. Seeing none, apparently everybody. Oh, I tried. Come on. Now, come on up. You're more than welcome.
I'm Mike Arnn. I'm your facility superintendent. I realize you guys have some very difficult decisions to make, and I'll respect whatever decisions your board chooses. But what I will state is we gave a presentation here, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago, and we talked about an over-reliance on governmental services. And that's one of the things that we're trying to foster is pro-social independence. Revenues are not currently keeping pace with the rate of social dysfunction. I don't think there's any disputing that. We had some very sobering presentations from our sheriff, our chief probation officer, and our district attorney. And I can't say I'm saddened, but I'm not surprised. The size of caseloads. You have generational poverty and an over-reliance on services which were never intended to subsidize generations of local residents. So one of the things that we're working on is combating that. And when I look at the kids in the hall, I know that I'm not just treating that child, I'm treating that child's child, because it spreads generationally. So we want to reduce that reliance on governmental services. Otherwise, for the next however many years, we can come back and we can battle increasing caseloads, hire more attorneys, hire more sheriff's officers, hire more paramedics, hire more probation officers. I don't think we need to do that. I think that we're treating those with the highest social vulnerabilities locally right now. And if we stay the course on this, I guarantee you that we're going to be a lot better off 20 years from now than we were today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, sir.
Yeah, T.Y. Atkins. I'm coordinator of religious services at the facility, and have been involved there the last year and a half or so. And I know you know this part, but I just want to wrap up the conversation today. That these are the kids that are the at-risk of the at-risk. And whether the numbers at this time match up, I appreciate what Mike just shared, because we can't just look at the present, but we got to look at the future. If the intervention and resources that was mentioned is necessary to not only save current life, meaning these kids, the impact it can have generationally, and the impact it can have on creating healthy families, healthy citizens, and healthy lives. In the long run, the county is going to benefit from that. So one of the things I'd put before you to consider is, are these current kids that you're serving, and I've had the privilege of interacting with 80 different kids, most of them Tuolumne County kids, 80. And as I'm sitting back here and listening, one of my thoughts is, where would these kids have gone? And what more negative criminal behavioral things would they have picked up and learned if they had not been in our county's facility? So I just want to applaud the board members that had the foresight to get this facility in place and begin to provide, as we've heard, to me it's a state-of-the-art juvenile facility with an exceptional staff, probation, and, was that my time?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, you got my point, I think.
I do. Thank you very much. And thank you for wrapping up.
Hi, I'm Suzanne B. Meister. I'm a mother of 6. I live in Columbia, homeowner, and this is who I used to be, and this is me now. And me now is because of my probation officers. I can tell you a quick story of the grumpy probation officer and the positive probation officer. And when I was a little kid, suffered sexual assaults, many of them, abuse, a lot of this. I have the same story that these kids have. And one day after court, I said to the probation officer, I want to do prison ministry and go and preach to people who are in prison. And he said, it's nothing but jailhouse religion. They never change. And then the happy, encouraging, positive probation officer said to me, you can do this, and just encouraged me, and was a lot like Steve Peach, who works there. And I just started volunteering with TY. So I went back to him, to that courthouse, to find that probation officer and to thank him for impacting my life in such a positive way. So what you're talking about here is whether or not these kids are worth it, whether or not they can change, whether or not a life can change. And I'm telling you that a little bit of encouragement and investment, they really can change. My husband and I run a tech company now. The people that knew me back in the probation department was not here. It was in Southern California. But the people that see me now and knew me back then, it's like a totally different person. And I see that same potential in some of these kids. And so what you're talking about is future crime prevention, future, Mike was talking about. So please, please, please consider that these are not kids that just can't change. They can change, they can turn around. And it takes people like this who are encouraging to do that.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Donna, and I've been sitting here for most of the 2 days, just a public that doesn't know a lot, and it's a bitter pill to swallow, to see how hard everybody works, and with the little resources. I would think that the concept of shrinking government has not been working in Tuolumne County. We've shrunk ourselves so small we can't offer our services that are necessary, that would promote the health and welfare of our county, and you need to find revenue. Revenue has got to be, people have got to learn to pay their fair share if they want to live in Tuolumne County and be part of this beautiful area. Thank you.
Can we tape that?
Good afternoon. I'm Kathy Parker. I'm the County Superintendent of Schools, and I wanted to make clear our position and support for the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility, and specifically the school that's inside there that we support, the Gold Ridge Education Center. And you've heard from me many times over the past several years about how the center and specifically the school positively impacts the lives of children who have been incarcerated. Diplomas being earned, GED certifications, vocational education and college classes being taken, visual and performing arts education, culinary arts instruction that has been in place each week since the opening of the center. And what I think you've realized today, if you did not realize in the past, is that there is a positive impact that also comes from the transition services and the continuity of education that has resulted from having a local detention facility. And I want to make sure that the impact on schools, all the schools in the county, is understood by having this local detention facility. In the past, there was at least a minimum 3-hour one-way trip, as you've heard, to visit incarcerated youth. Local schools have no resources, and they have no resources continuously to monitor the education of our children, especially in the areas of special education, credit recovery, and social emotional support services. Parents alone have to drive a 6-hour round trip to visit with their children, and that's a tremendous hardship, and that's so important to rehabilitation. Now we're able to provide immediate wraparound services, not only to the students, but to the families. This has resulted in students staying in school, not feeling disconnected to their community, and building a support network that carries them and their families forward to the benefit of all of the community. The children and parents of our community deserve this long-term investment and commitment from us to help lift up and support our most at-risk, vulnerable juvenile population. And the people connected to this center are committed to providing something different, as you've heard, and something special. I hope it would be a detriment to our community and our children and their families, and it would cost our public schools real funds to reduce or eliminate this valuable resource of the juvenile detention facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Amy Lindblom. I'm the Adult Division Manager at Tuolumne County Probation. I started my career in 2007 as a probation officer. I was 52 years old. I'm going to be the retiree that's coming up soon. In 2007, when I was a juvenile officer, they said, it was scared straight. Let's take these kids and send them to boot camp, military boot camp, and let's send them to YA. I sent 9 kids to military boot camp, 2 to YA. 9 kids. Of those 9 kids, 8 of them went to prison. Some of them are still in prison. 1 did not go to prison. She was a girl. Of those 8 that went to prison and are going to prison, one of them, after I sent them to military boot camp and became adults, committed an assault. 1 committed gun running and drug running. The other 2 committed a robbery and a rape. 2 committed vehicle theft and evading. One of them is now being sentenced on, coming up soon, for attempted murder. The cost to send those people to prison daily costs $50,000 a day. I don't know, that's around that. I don't have my figure, versus $542 a day if we'd have sent them to juvenile hall that cared for them. Each one of those kids, each one was a victim of sexual abuse, physical abuse, neglect, and general neglect. Every single one of them. And now every single one of them, except one who is a nurse, is in prison right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And my name is Brian V. Meister. You already heard from my wife, Suzanne. In working, volunteering there for about the past 6 weeks or so, I'm just amazed at the opportunity that, all of us have as part of this county to make a huge impact on the lives of these kids, because these are kids that are making bad choices. They're not hardened criminals. Not one of the kids I've interacted with is a hardened criminal. And we have the opportunity to do whatever it takes. So many volunteers are willing to step up. And with the wonderful staff like Mike Arndt and Steve Peach and the others who are willing to tune into these kids, do whatever they can to help them. We have an opportunity to take those criminals off the street, potential future criminals. And there aren't too many better ways I can think of to invest in the next generation, because these are very much the kids that may be here and will be voters and be members of this community, and they are so important. And I would just ask you to consider that, because these kids, they matter. They really matter. With my wife's story, if it weren't for those that had really tuned in and excuse me, I'm sorry. If it weren't for those that had really tuned in and made a difference in her life, she would be dead right now. And we have that opportunity here at this county to help these kids that are making bad choices and help them to make better choices. And it's hard to put a price tag on what that's worth.
Never be sorry for caring for people. Thank you. Okay. Any other public comment? Okay. Chief Downey, thank you for a presentation. Again, we're going to go ahead and, did you want to do some wrap-up comments?
You had mentioned this yesterday, but the amount of time that it has taken each of the department heads to do what you guys did, it's an incredible amount of time and dedication, not just from you, but your staff. So I wanted to say thank you for both today and yesterday. Some of these services that are offered, especially today, there are a lot of sensitive and emotional cases that you guys all deal with, so this isn't taken lightly in any way. And we're thankful for that, and I will be working with all of you in the coming weeks so we can develop a final budget. Thank you.
Okay. I'll go. I have just some very short closing comments. I'm not going to repeat what I said yesterday. If you're interested, you can go online and listen to it. But I am going to repeat one part of it, and that is I really want to thank the members of the public that came and participated. And I also want to thank those that didn't come because they couldn't, but sent in an unbelievable number of emails and voicemails on a lot of our different programs. It's very clear that the programs, to me, and I think I can speak for the rest of the board members, it's very clear that there's a lot of public interest, emotional attachment to a lot of the programs and services that we provide. I think that's a very constructive and positive reflection on our staff and the quality of the people that we have working for the county, so I'd like to thank them. I will tell you, and I'm not going to take a poll on the board because I'm not going to put them on the spot, but you that sent in emails and voicemails, you probably will not be hearing from me, okay? I could spend all weekend replying to them and not even make a dent. So please don't think I don't care about them. I do. I read them. I listen to them. But you cannot believe the volume of stuff that has come in. So I just, given your fair notice, I can't answer them all. I'm sorry. But they are all important to us. And again, thank the public for participation. And staff, unbelievable. I mean, just absolutely unbelievable. Great presentations. Thank you. And with that, unless there's some other board comments, we're adjourned.